Hello. Welcome back to math. All right. As we left off, I don't know why it popped me out. I think it won't let me stay in here. Hold on. Let me go back in. Seems like the letter F up there means 15. Oh god, it's gonna give me more hints. I want you to know I closed the game when I closed the game. I haven't opened it. Needs to be up to 15. Alright, let's give it one more shot. I know what I need to do, game. Alright, we're just gonna put it here. Hi, welcome back, everyone. We're very close to finishing our second playthrough? Run? I don't know. We'll see. I don't think it's gonna go well, if I'm being honest. But, yeah, we'll see. Hello, hello, welcome back. Blue Moon Empress, thank you for 54 months of our tier 3 subbing. Welcome back. I tried to think of something to say about the number 54, but my brain shut down. I just hit enter. Yeah, that's what mine would do too. Also, I didn't dry my hair today because I was like, it's gonna be kind of hot. I'm gonna have a cool hair as long as I can. Welcome back. Happy Tuesday. I know you can't stand this song, but I love it, and I'm so pissed that for some reason it's location locked for Belgium on Spotify. What? That's weird. That's so specific. That's really strange. Anyway, I wouldn't hate the song if it weren't for the sound effect. It'd be fine. Anyway, welcome back, gang. As I promised, while I tried, it was very hard. I had to try not to think about this stupid puzzle. I didn't. But I will say, I was making dinner last night, and all of a sudden it came to me, and I ran into Rain's office, and I said, I had to do this stupid fucking puzzle in Professor Layton. It's the perfect square or whatever. I remember doing it, but I don't remember what I did for the numbers. I don't remember how I did it, but I do know there's one way to solve it. But I feel dumb because I was like, oh my god, right, I had to do this in Professor Layton. At least I think I did. That could just be an illusion. I had a lot of weird dreams when I was playing Professor Layton, so. Alright, so I thought I had a good one. And it looked like this. But there's one thing wrong with it. Because we have to do the diagonals as well. But I'll show you what I had. Because I kept it in my notebook. The problem is the 147. Isn't it? Yeah. That equals 12. It's a problem. Dreams are premonitions. Great point. And then I had another one that worked, but it had a 1, 2, 3 that didn't work. So I'm gonna try to move stuff around. Let's do 9, 5. I'm gonna be using my notebook, by the way, because I can write all over it, and I can't write on this. There's so many different orders it could be, though, which is annoying. Alright. Let's see. 186 is right. 942 is right. I feel like I was really close last time. Alright, so does these? Nope, that's still a 1, 2, 3. That doesn't work. Fuck! Somehow I created the same problem. So how do I fix this? I think the 1 can't be... If I do the 9 in that corner, and then the 1 has to be in the middle? So 186. 9, 4, 2, 5, 3, 7. 15, 8. Wait, that way works. 5, 8, 2. Oh no, but then I end up with 9, 8, 7 again, and 9, 8, 7 does not equal it. Arrgh. Last night you made an Excel sheet to try to solve this unsuccessfully. If my dreams are premonitions, this world is in for some very strange times. Yeah, same. Or at least I'll get stuck seeing a lot of people I don't like. Alright, so maybe 9 can't be in the corner? But one of them has to be in the corner. Which means that one of these is just wrong. Oh no. Okay, what if I move it? What if I do... Maybe 9 can be in the middle. I don't know if it can though. Let's do 4, 9, 2 and reset it up. So 6, 7. Oh god, this isn't gonna work. 8, 1. 7. 35? Is that anything? Nope, I ended up with a 7, 8, 9 again. How the fuck do I keep doing that? Alright, so 8, 1, 6. Nine, 4, 2. Nine, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No, 6 and 9 can't go together. Nine, 4, 2. 8, 1, 6. No. No, I can't have 2 5s. Err. I know I've done one of these before. Do you see? I was good. I didn't think about it when I wasn't streaming, but maybe now I should have. Maybe I should have. I'm trying to think of what goes with 9. 9, 4, 2 and 9, 5, 1 work. What else works with 9? Can't be 3. Can 9 only go with 4, 2 and 5, 1? Because that can help me determine where to put it. It would have to be in a corner. No, it couldn't be in a corner. It would have to be... It'd have to be like on a top or a bottom. That way it's only intersected twice. 7, 8. 7 can't go with 1, can it? So 4, 5. Maybe if I did the diagonals first. No, that doesn't work either. Six. So 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7. 8. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, hold on. So that currently works. 9, 15. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. What do I have left? Hold on. Let's see what I have left with this. So... Anyway, I told you guys we were gonna go straight back into the puzzle zone. So I would need a 3 and a 7. Ah. I used the pencil to do that. I didn't want to do that. Right, so this is why I have to do it on my notebook. That works. Yes! Ugh. Alright. Writing a note for myself for the future. Start. I wrote a D instead of an S. Start with diagonals. 9 must be only 2 intersections. Alright. Fuck! Finally! Now what the hell is going on in this stupid game? There we go. All pins inserted, all lights lit. We did it. The power's on now. It looks like there's electricity going to the monitor on top now. Alright, let's see if we can activate the device on the top. It's only a little bit of the puzzle. Aye. Alright, up. Wait, this is where I just was. What is he talking about? Scaffolding that supports the staircase. Door has to be the exit. There's a small keyhole under the doorknob. Do I have any items? No. Cool. Alright, now we're down. Did it do anything to this? There's a tall fence surrounding part of the cargo room. Apparently there's a high voltage current running through the fence. I don't remember what he was talking about. That's bad. Solves puzzle, forgets everything else. Just finished the VOD. Great, you're back. Yes, I am back. Alright, it's gotta be this thing then. Okay, here we go, here we go.
Karkalla, you gotta do that one thing where the puzzle is solved and you win Karkalla glasses.
Trying. Thank you for the bits. Alright, a green button, a red button, and a lever. I wonder what these do. I think this might help. What? What the hell's this? Where'd you find this? What is that? Where did you find it? I found it when you were messing around with the pinholes. I was doing it all night while I was... Alright. Looks like instructions for this thing. According to what it says here, this thing's a remote control for that. That? Yeah, that. Oh. Oh, what's he pointing at? The machine over there. Apparently it's called the Pushmaster 5000. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Whatever. So what are we supposed to do with the Pushmaster 5000? See that coffin over the top of the crates? Yeah. Don't you want to know what the deal is with it? I do. You want to check it out? Yeah? Alright. How do you think we're gonna get there? Well, Well, there were some crates on the right side of the fence that someone piled up like stairs. Oh god. Mildane, thank you very much for gifting your 69th gifted sub to Pushmaster 5000. So, it's a series of choices, I suppose. Maybe if we make a path to the coffin from there? How do we do that? Line up the crates, I guess? Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess this is just another of Zero's puzzles. Yeah. Anyway, let's give this a shot. Oh, looks like the Pushmaster 5000 runs off a battery. So to keep it from using up all its energy too fast, it's been programmed so it'll only start moving once the path has been completely programmed in. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Alright, new material. Alright, that's good. I can't fuck it up. I hope. Alright, new material. What the fuck? Pushmaster 5000 instructions. Ridiculous. You can move in 4 directions. You cannot move diagonally. If the Pushmaster 5000's move count exceeds the battery life, it will be reset. It cannot lift heavy objects. Okay, so green is reset to re-input command. Red is return for quick command, and lever is start command. Instructions for a machine called the Pushmaster 5000. Santa found them in the cargo room. In order to prolong the battery life, it is advised that you first simulate your actions before carrying them out. Pull the lever to begin the simulation. You won't break, will you? Alright, the monitor shows a top-down view of the area where we can move the machine. Once I want to send my orders to the Pushmaster 5000, I just pull the lever. Well, how do I... Okay. Well, I can't see anything. This is the reset button. It allows me to start over again. Once I want to activate the program, I just pull the lever. This is the return button. It allows me to quit command. Once I want to activate the... Okay, yeah, I get you. Alright, let's give it a try. Sure thing. Just keep in mind that there's a limit on the battery, alright? The battery dies after 50 moves. At least that's what it says in the manual. What the fuck? 50 move limit before battery dies. Okay. 50 moves, huh? Also, keep in mind that the Pushmaster 5000 can't move the heavy metal crates, okay? Got it. Okay. Can't move heavy metal crates. Can I see what the fuck I'm doing now? New instructions. When a square adjacent to the Pushmaster 5000 is touched, the Pushmaster 5000 will move to that square. If there's a crate in the way, the Pushmaster 5000 will push up to a single crate. Move the crates appropriately and efficiently, and fill in the yellow areas. This sucks. I don't want to. I have to fill in the yellow areas. So this is the Pushmaster? How do I... Huh? I don't know what the buttons are. It's this input command. Do I have to figure it out here? And it just says moves though. Why can't I enter? Oh. What? How did I do that? Oh, you click on the empty space. I see. Okay, reset. I mean, wouldn't it? Oh. Nope, broke it. Unless... Yes, broke it. Can I go in there? Oh, I can. That changes things a bit. Oh, I needed to... Oops. Oh, I bet I could have done it from there. I made the same mistake. I think this is too many moves. It's too many moves. Don't yell at me. Don't make me do this every time. Alright, it's better to reset if you're not gonna do it than to finish it, because then it fucking makes you read the instructions again in shame. And you can't make them go faster. Shit. Wait, no, I needed to push that one up first. Ah. I wonder if I have enough moves to do that though. Maybe I move you up now. Oh shit. Hmm. There aren't enough moves. I don't have enough moves to do this. It would eventually work, but I don't have enough. Okay. I broke it. Fuck! This puzzle is annoying, but the sound design is satisfying. I'm glad it sounds good.
Hey, neat, these numbers add up to Ninel Karkal High.
Oh, they do! Tempest, thank you for 549 months. Welcome back. It's that box in the corner that's making a difference, so we have to determine... Let me try to do that. No, now I can't. I need to push it down. Fuck. Ah. Too many moves. I have to have one down there and move it up somehow. Fuck! It's so hard! Ugh. I should have eaten more than a bagel. I need more power in my brain. Well, what if I... Maybe it's... No, that breaks it all. It doesn't. Yes, it does. Oh, fudge. Ugh. I promise, there's a thing in my brain I'm trying to do. How do you do that then? If you can't do it like that... I am not Pushmaster certified, not even close. Oh! Just kidding, I just got my license. Okay, putting it in the program. What do I do next? Just be quiet and watch. See? It's moving already. This is silly. Awesome! The Pushmaster 5000 did just what I told it to do and lined up all the crates. Great, now we can reach the coffin. We just need to climb those crates over by the fence. It doesn't make sense that the coffin would be here if the other thing, it was over there. Also, it's electrified, and I don't think we should be climbing it, to be honest. A box. No, not like that. Oh. Alright, coffin. Wait, is there anything else in here? No. Oh my god, we can save. I haven't saved since yesterday. It's so weird because I already have a safe that's a coffin. Or a, whatever, a clear that's a coffin? They walked slowly past the row of crates until they came to the coffin. They stopped and nodded to one another, and Junpei put his hand on the lid of the coffin. Mommy! Just kidding. What the fuck? I thought there was an actual mummy in there. He ruined it. He smirked heartily at his own joke. Junpei grumbled and shook his head. Whatever, just open it. Junpei resisted the urge to remind Santa that he would have had it open a long time ago if Santa hadn't interrupted, and quickly threw off the lid of the coffin. They peered inside. It's the fucking gun. Okay. Contrary to what they'd expected, the inside of the coffin was quite large. It was mostly empty, but not completely so. Laying on the bottom was a rusty key, and next to the key... It's a gun! Yeah, a revolver. It looks pretty old. I wonder if this is a replica? That's definitely real! Junpei reached down slowly and cautiously, picking up the revolver. In his hand, it felt heavy. He checked the cylinder. There were 6 bullets. He'd never seen a real gun or even a real bullet before. He couldn't tell if these were real or not. 6 bullets. The barrel was rifled? And nothing seemed to be blocking it. Never seen that used as a... I guess that makes sense. As Ace had said, the gun was a very old one. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Junpei thought it would most likely function perfectly. If it was real. Holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back in the coffin. Don't put it back! Take it, you idiot! You're not gonna take it? Of course not! All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble. But if we leave it here, someone will pick it up! It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage. Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Maybe Zero put this gun here hoping that something like this might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other. In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me. The others nodded. They had no desire to be under Zero's control either. Alright. Well, we've got that figured out, but you aren't gonna leave the key in there, are you? Yeah, of course I'm not. Junpei picked up the rusty key and slid the top of the coffin back into place. The gun back where they'd found it. I am so curious what's gonna happen now. Alright, hello rusty key. A rusty key. Maybe I could use this. I mean, it's probably to the door to get out. Wait, hold on. There's a revolver in this coffin. What was this thing for? Jumpy. I know. I'll be there in just a minute. Now's not the time to be thinking about the coffin. I need to focus on getting out of here. Fuck. I was hoping I could take it. There's a crate underneath the coffin. There's a coffin sitting on a crate over there. A fence. The gate must be where they move cargo.
6 years?
What? Yuri. Yeah. Time is stupid. Right now it's shut tight with a metal plate. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Alright, well. Let's just put this key in here and yep, sounds like it did it. Alright, let's all get killed or something. Yay! Looks like it's open, Jumpy. Ah, I see. This key should open this door. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go! Yes, it's opening. We're all gonna die. We're all gonna die! This is gonna be an ending where we all die. I don't trust anything. If someone doesn't have a gun, what do they have then? The hallway that left the cargo room headed straight toward the stern. Junpei and the other three proceeded down it silently. Some distance along it, a large room opened up on the left-hand side. Which one is this? It looked familiar. Oh, we're back here. An iron grate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be. We've seen this elevator before. We got off the one on the left just a little while ago. Then we went through the number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room. Yes, and after that we passed through the cargo room. And now we're back here. In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started. Junpei approached the elevator. Gently, he pushed the triangular button on the wall next to it. A moment passed. Wait, it's got that symbol that we made on the... The elevator door opened. And shut. Pushing the button had apparently restored power to the elevator. The elevator was now functional. What do we do? Should we return to C-Deck? No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first. I agree. Let's go. Their decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevators behind and continued down the hallway. Sometime later, Santa, who had been walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped. Set in the wall in front of him was a door. So far as Junpei could see, there was no other way to proceed. It was the door or nothing. All right, let's open it. Junpei took a deep breath, readied himself, then grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. He paused for a moment, then stepped through into the room. And there he saw the number that hung over their heads since they'd woken up. Okay, we're back here. Is there a coffin this time? 9. Like the numbers on every other door, this one too was a rough shape made of red paint. Its door was set into the back wall of the room. Junpei leapt toward it with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was a large double door, heavy and full of solemn importance. He grabbed hold of the door handle and shook. Nothing, but he hadn't expected it to open. The red sat on the wall next to the door. The screen read vacant. Finally, they'd found it. Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last, they'd found the exit, but cold gripped his heart, and he knew all too well why. As he stood frozen, unsure of what to think or feel, Jumpy, look! Behind you! He spun around and couldn't believe what he saw. It was a door with the number 9 written across it. Right. Was there a second door? Why? Junpei's voice was barely audible even to himself. So this is frustrating because we knew this was going to be here. Oh, shoot. He stumbled toward the second door as if somehow compelled. It was a small single door. It sat in the starboard corner of the room on the same wall as the door they'd entered from, but in the opposite corner. 9. There was no mistaking it. A red sat on the wall next to this door as well. Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to himself, Why the hell are there 2 doors? It was Santa who answered. There were always 2 doors. Just think about it. Zero never said there was only 1 door with a 9 on it. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Of course, we just assumed that there was only 1. After all, why would there be more than 1? Oh, man. Jeez. Junpei was stunned. Zero's trick had taken him completely by surprise. There were 2 doors. That meant that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape and leave no one behind. Ah! Maybe we need to keep number 9 alive somehow. But we don't have any options. Yet. But because he kills himself, because someone is whispering to him or tricking him or whatever, he panics and gets himself killed, putting us all in a worse situation. But if I was Santa, unfortunately, I don't understand. But Snake doesn't really die, so what does that mean? Now the reason for the bracelet numbers being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 was clear. Divided in 2, the digital root of both teams would be 9. For instance, 1, 2, 7, 8. I'm going to write these down just in case I need them later quickly. All right, so these are all possible escape groups. 1, 2, 7, 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Both equal 9. Or 2, 3, 4, 9, and 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. The digital root would also be 9. There were many other workable combinations, but they all ended up the same way, with a digital root of 9. What did that mean? The answer was quite simple. From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. Okay, we didn't know that before. At least, not in this way. But then why do we start off so poorly? Zero hadn't been lying. Zero had never said there was only 1 door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they would reach the room Junpei now found himself in and realize the pointlessness of whatever violence they'd visited upon each other. But if this is an experiment being done to see if this like weird telepathy shit can make it so the experiment, we don't make the same mistakes. Because of me, the player. There were 2 doors. No need to kill each other. They'd understand and be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt at what they'd done. Perhaps that was the purpose of the game. That was how the Nonary game was meant to be played. It's meant to have, you're supposed to have a big physical reaction so that something telepathy. Fortunately, they hadn't started to fight one another, at least not yet. But if one misstep was made, if the wrong mistakes happened, the stakes would rise and the noose would tighten. The thought of it sent a chill down his spine. So what are we gonna do, Junpei? A voice broke through Junpei's frantic thoughts. Santa's voice. It brought Junpei back to his senses. No use worrying about the future. He needed to figure out what they were going to do next. Can we please look at the coffin? Is it there? There were 4 people in the room. Ace, Santa, Junpei, and June. Their bracelet numbers were 1, 3, 5, and 6. The digital root would be 6. In other words, the 4 of them couldn't open a door with the number 9. But what if there were only 3? Could door 9 be opened with 3 of them? It took him no time at all to determine the answer. There was only one combination of 3 people that would give a digital root of 9. 1 plus 3 plus 5 is 9. Right, which is a problem. At least it was a problem last time. That would mean... No, we gotta go back. That wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Oh, interesting. Santa and Ace agreed. Yep, I agree. We cannot leave June behind. Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he had been holding. Are you sure? I don't mind staying. It's interesting because we know that this happened before, and the group, specifically Santa, said first that's not going to happen. So that's, June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were wet with the beginnings of tears and her legs shook. It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind. Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which 3 people could go through the door. Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest. What? Junpei? Maybe I'll get to... Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta? What is he talking about? Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis? Oh. Oh, right. Ha 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 ha. Oh, he's so dumb. This time we made him a little too stupid. Perhaps it was the sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave June behind, but Junpei laughed harder than he'd had in some time. Santa and Ace smiled. You guys. June blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say. Very well. Best head back to C-Deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover 7 and Lotus will have returned from doors 1. As Ace spoke, they knew finding the others wouldn't improve the situation. There was no way they could be split into teams that could both go through the doors. Ace knew it. They all knew it. But there was nothing else they could do. They would find the other 3 and search for another solution. There's gotta be a fucking way to... I need to, like, stop 9 and 2 from disappear dying. Alright, let's go. Hey, welcome. Something crazy happened in the game? Not yet. But we'll see. Santa and June followed. Junpei started toward the door, then stopped. Oh. He'd been too busy with other concerns to notice the room itself. Please look at the fucking thing! It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was it? Junpei looked around the room for the first time, noticing the things that weren't doors with 9s on them. Please! A red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran the length of the room. The coffin. The carpet began at the large set of double doors and ran down the bow toward... Junpei wasn't sure. Okay, it's still here. Was it an altar, perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on top of the platform was a coffin. A coffin. A coffin. What on earth was a coffin doing in a place like that? Making another save. I know it's probably too late to affect anything, but still. Alright. But before Junpei had time to answer that question... Hey, Junpei. The hell are you doing? Let's move. Please let me look at it. Santa's voice echoed in from the hall outside. Right. Okay. I'll be right there. Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. There's gotta be a way to look at that. Okay, the knocking is already starting. Eh?
Artandalus!
Jesus! Thank you, Bren. Thank you for the Bartantalus. Coffin. Knocking. When we went back up elevator. But that's different. The knocking didn't start last time until Santa had already forced everybody with him into the door. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Okay. They took the elevator up to C deck. I don't think we heard it, which is a problem. Once there, they headed back toward the main hall and the central staircase. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I have a theory. I think Snake is in the coffin because we know he's not really dead. Granted, in this playthrough, we didn't have that conversation with Clover because we didn't go with her and we're not that close with her in this one. Once there, they headed back toward the main hall and to the central staircase. It didn't take them long. Junpei found Seven and Lotus waiting for them. They didn't look happy. Uh-oh. We've got a problem. Clover... Clover is gone. What the fuck? This is different. Uh-oh. Junpei and his three companions looked at one another. He turned back to Seven and Lotus. What do you mean, gone? Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask. When? Why? You two went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you? Seven and Lotus responded as best they could. Yeah, we went through the door together. But Clover barely spoke to us. She just did her own thing the whole time. There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1. Hold on. 4 rooms. I went through door 1 last time. Oh, because you saw the dead body. Okay, alright. There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1. She wouldn't let us into the 4th room. She just said, I'll take care of this one. And when we were there with her, she had something in her pocket. And shut the door. She must have locked it with something on the other side. We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out. We called for her, but she didn't answer. So I kicked the door down and we went in the room. But it was empty. Clover wasn't there. There was a door on the other wall. And it was open. We figured she opened the door and left by herself. We ran after her, of course, but... Well, obviously, we didn't find her. You figured that much out. Clover's gone. Junpei thought for a moment. When did this happen? We got here just before you. You certainly have excellent timing. So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase? No, we haven't. Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern. Very well then, we best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin. There were quick nods all around, and the 6 remaining players spread out. Okay. Lit up to search for Clover. This is so weird. Junpei and June ran to the large hospital room together. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. She's not here. No, she isn't. Alright, then just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room. Yes, I agree we should look in the shower room. The shower room? That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him. June bit her lip. She knew, as Junpei did, that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant. Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go. Good! That's where I actually wanted to go. I didn't think they were going to go there. There was a screwdriver stuck between the door and the frame. Junpei and June slipped through the door, moved down the hallway, and stepped into the shower room. Wait, what? Is it cleaned up? No luck. Yeah, I don't think she's here. June's voice was faint and she placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little green. The stench in the room was almost unbearable. What? Wait. That's weird. Okay. It had grown far more unpleasant since their last visit. If Junpei had been eating lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. And the only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider. Wait here. June offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. Why won't anyone comment on the obvious LLR? He stopped at the corner and turned his head. As he'd expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body lying in a reddish-brown puddle of dry and drying blood. There are many ways a man can die, but this... The skull was shattered and the head little more than a pulpy mass of brain, bone, and viscera. The left arm was hideously twisted into a horrific alien shape, the bright white of the ulna shining through the remains of the skin and muscle, which is impossible because he doesn't have a left arm. Okay, so still can't be Snake. There's too many S names. Because this is not his arm. Huh? Yes, please notice. Wait. Bright white? Ulna. Bones. Bones. The pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover told him in the laboratory. My brother's left arm is... It's not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm. So? Of course. Of course. Why hadn't he realized it earlier? Yeah, why didn't you realize it earlier? Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic, but the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was clearly a real human arm, or at least it had been once. That meant the corpse... Hello? Junpei and June headed back toward the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Are we going to wait till everyone's together? Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They had reached the stairs when... Seven appeared, breathless and yelling. Junpei, June, where were you guys? He looked pale. His face was drawn. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath caught in his throat. Did something happen? Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air. Clover's dead. Clover's dead? What the fuck? I found her in the first class bathroom. Okay. Okay. Well. All sound ceased for Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. June's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't, and now she was dead. So he stood there frozen in place. Clover. Clover. Why? Why had this happened? He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse, no breath, but she was still warm and her eyes were closed peacefully. It could have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. He traced its source to her back, a gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left, which means she didn't kill herself, which is what I thought. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover's smile, her innocent smile, her energy. He would never see her smile again. He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted inside into a sickening knot. Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom. I am supposed to take a break. Are you all right? It was a foolish question. He knew it. Yes, I think so. Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back into the room. I kind of hate how delicate they're making June seem. Like, it's very tropey. I mean, I know it's specifically like drama type trope of like, oh, she's so hot and flush. But like, I don't know. It just doesn't feel realistic at all to me. It's frustrating. Junpei laid a hand on her shoulder and they walked back into the bedroom. You should get some rest. He lowered June until she was sitting against the bed. She nodded once and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it and looked around as the slumped figures gathered there. Who was the first to find the body? Me. Seven spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. I snoozed the ad for a 3rd time. I can't snooze it again, so... Seven's hand went up. Why do you come to this room? To look for Clover. Why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey guys, I found her, but it's bad. She's in the bathroom in the 1st-class cabin. Come quick. Or something like that. Then I went back into the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you 2 hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, well, I mean, you know the rest, right? Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to ask. Okay, Seven, there's one more thing I'm worried about. What's that? When we finished all the puzzles in the room and got the door open, you stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that? Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did that so the door wouldn't lock, so we could come back to this room. Oh, you think I did it? Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it? Seven sighed and shook his head. Follow me. There were 2 doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right. Behind the door was a closet. The safe thing! Seven stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured toward a small box. The box was a small metal cube. Yes, I want to know what's in there. He looked at Junpei. This is the reason. Alright. Now that there's music playing. Thank fucking God we're coming back for the safe. I'm so excited. I want to know what's in there. I don't think we're going to be able to open it, but I don't care. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Hello. Now that the dumb ads are over, I can play my video game. Alright. So. The room with the safe. Alright. This is the reason. He looked at Junpei. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Besides, I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with the door 5 again. So I put that plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now? Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it. Nothing happened. It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it. There was one change, however. Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder? Rust. Junpei stared at it for a moment. Had someone opened the safe, dislodging the rust? Weird. We should check Clover's body. Check her body. Junpei left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bedroom. It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there. Do what I want you to do, Junpei, please. Was there some other clue, perhaps? Anything that might lead him to whoever had stabbed Clover. He took his time, examined the room carefully. Good. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway of door number 5. Behind that door was the dead body of the 9th man. Maybe I should have another look at it just in case. Okay. Quietly, he pushed open the door. The smell hit him like a blow to the face. His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, churning what little food was there into a violent froth. It was too much for him, and he vomited. A thin stream of yellow water and bile spattered onto the floor. Ugh. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Why is it making me look at this? At the top. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of his intestines had slid out onto the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up. Ew. Where's the bracelet? On the floor next to the broken mass of the man's head lay his glasses, cracked, spidering across the lenses. His bracelet was here last time, right? Ninth man's bracelet came off with his glasses. Yes, I specifically wrote that down. Someone took it. The bloodstains near them had already dried like scabs on the floor. That was when he noticed. It's gone! His bracelet. It's gone. Yes. It had been there when Junpei had gone through door 5 before. He was sure of it. Right next to the glasses. But now, it was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone. But why? Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice. Is that what she had in her pocket back when? But she couldn't have gotten it then. She would have had it the whole time. Alright, he was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice.
Huh? Where'd Junpei go?
It had drifted out to him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway.
Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room.
Did you find something?
He thought for a moment before he responded. No, nothing. Yerg! Please. Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything. In fact, in a way, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The Ninth Man's bracelet. What's up?
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it? We need to be sharing information with people so we can... Seven led Junpei back to the bathroom. As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip and then fall into the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips. What was it you wanted to show me? His voice was hollow and empty.
I searched Clover's body again. I found this.
As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head, then knelt down and flipped open her right hand. Oh, shit. What? She was holding a piece of paper.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
He wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important. Fucking, why won't you ask any questions, you idiot? Paper in Clover's hand. Seven borrowed something. That makes me worried that he's the weird one this time. Alright, paper's apparently more important. He picked it up and carefully opened it. There were 2 sentences written on it. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Huh? Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
Seven peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note. The first clue was likely the phrase, sinister hand. Sinister hand means... Oh my god, I have... I have a choice! Our first choice in a million years. I mean, I'm tempted to say the left hand. Okay, so this is a choice. I'm gonna say the left hand. Because obviously I'm thinking about the brother. Sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms. Sure. The left hand. The left hand? What did the left hand mean? Junpei looked at his own left arm. Come on, think. That's me saying that. At the bracelet on his wrist. Did the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelets? He examined the bracelet closely. There were 2 protrusions on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone. It sounded funny. What did it mean? Truth gone. Maybe those 2 words? Oh my god. How about reading it out loud? Truth gone? Truth. What? Reading it out loud. Gone truth? Reading it backwards. Wait, backwards. E-N-O-G. Enough. 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 Enough, turt. Yes, that must be it. Enough, turt. Save again. Oh. Okay. Switching them. Gone truth. Gone had truth. Gone had truth. Gone. Truth had gone. Truth had gone. What does that sound like? Unless it's gone had truth. But he's not saying the had part. I'm so curious what all these are. And I guess it doesn't... I could fast forward. God! Truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. But truth had gone. Let's try... Let's just try this. But I'm tempted to do switching them. Read out loud. How about reading it out loud? Junpei said the words to himself quietly. Nothing. They sounded exactly as he'd expected they would. Okay, time for a different idea. Oh, I can do... Okay. I can do them all. Switching them? How about switching them? Gone had truth. It made no more sense than the initial riddle. Less even. Clearly switching the words wasn't going to help. Okay. Good, because I didn't think so either. Let's do backwards, because I'm confused by that one. Why is that even an option? How about reading them backwards? Gone and truth. Enog and Hutert. Well, they weren't even words. Junpei doubted they had anything to do with the riddle. It was a good try, though. Truth. Gone. Those 2 words. What else could they mean? What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, meant something that was correct. Something that was fact. In other words, something that was right? Oh. It's meant to be at your right hand? It would follow then that gone meant left. Huh? After all, after someone left, they were gone. Yeah, okay, I see. That kind of makes sense. In a shitty, really way.
Ah, yes, an Og entered, of course.
Axor, thank you for 52 months. Welcome back. Ugh. In this case, however, they clearly referred to their directional homonyms. So that means truth is right and gone is left. That seemed to make sense. Junpei looked at the bracelet again. And the two protrusions on the left and right of the face. Junpei press them in the following order. I'm going to die in real life. Why would they do this to me? Oh my god! Final night. Thank you for 76 months. Bleh. Alright. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. I mean, wouldn't it be... right, left, right, left, right, left? The most obvious would be this, but I don't know if that's right. And I don't know if had passed. I'm not sure this wordplay. Oh, I'm suffering. Summer freedom means you get to watch streams again. Hell yeah! Free from the children's. Let's try right, left. Let's just try it. Right, left, right, left, right, left. And then... what the fuck? One after another, 8 numbers flashed on, then off of the face of Junpei's bracelet. I checked one more time to be sure. One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 4, 2, 1. Flashed on bracelet. Huh?
I mean, huh? Hey, what are those numbers?
Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers in the order they came in if he said anything. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed toward the bedroom. You have a notebook in your fucking bag. Use it. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. Its lock was the only device he could think of that required a sequence of numbers such as the ones he just discovered. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Junpei slowly dialed the numbers into the bracelet that the bracelet had given him. 1 to the right, 4 to the left, 3 to the right, 8 to the left, 3 to the right, 4 to the left, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Finished. Junpei heard the small telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it up. Inside was a piece of paper. Okay, so this was the code to the safe in the closet. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding. Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact 1. The Nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. Okay, hold on. I'm stressed. Okay. Fact 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Okay, we knew that. Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceutical CEO, which means ace. Gentaro Hongo. Cradle Pharmaceutical Chief of Staff. Wait, I can't remember if he's... I thought he was the CEO, but I might be wrong. President. He's the president. Nagisa Nijisaki. Okay. Cradle Pharmaceutical R&D Supervisor. Teraki Kubota. Majority shareholder in Cradle. What? Majority shareholder in Cradle Pharma. It's a long name. Kagichika Masashido. Musa. Musashido. Okay. I must punish them. Okay. For the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. I just don't know if I should keep writing, but I'm going to, just in case. Who knows when we'll need this. Zero. Okay. Junpei left the closet. There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, Seven, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his vest. Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me? Come with you? I want all of you to go to the big hospital room. Why? There's something I want to be sure of. What do you need to be sure of? I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit. Wait, then you're saying... Yeah, I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover. The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by attention like a strap of leather stretched to its limit. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice. Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I want you to know I don't know. I have no idea, and it's probably going to ask me and I'm going to fail. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there. Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. Oh my god, they all heard it. It was the bell from the clock in the main staircase. The bell rang 5 times, then ceased. Did we even get to 5 a.m. in the last game? No, we got to 4:30. Interesting. It was 5 o'clock. They had only 1 hour left. We don't have a lot of time left. Let's go. Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom. Oh my god! Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me. Junpei stopped in front of the door 3 and turned around. Ace, Seven, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red? Huh? Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just... No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door. Why? Please just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover? Junpei's implication was clear, and Seven understood perfectly. Oh, fine. What about you, Ace? Lotus? Very well. Sure. I'm putting myself alone on this because now I feel very alone. Quickly, they pressed their palms onto the red. Once they'd finished, they stepped away from the door as Junpei had instructed. 3 asterisks shone from the red's display panel. Junpei approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it and instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk appeared, just as Junpei had expected. It was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red so long as the bracelet was fucking brought near it. I thought they stopped working when your heart stopped, though. All right, well, that's huge and terrifying. There's got to be a way to get him to take the knife. We could all just leave. Why don't we just take all the stuff and leave? Jinpei pulled the lever down. Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. And the door shut unfed. Ugh. Jinpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well. It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Jinpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well. Clearly, they were all expecting some answers. Thanks. I appreciate your cooperation. Clearly, they'd hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued. By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am? Wait, who we are?
What? What kind of question?
Just answer it, please. Who am I?
You're Junpei. Of course. Who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa.
What?
Unfortunately, that's incorrect. I'm Santa. Didn't. Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa. That's what my to be continued said. What's happening? What the fuck? Well, I can't tell if that's a good thing that I found this. Or what? Okay.
What?
Ace's voice was full of surprise, but it was also tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued. The clothes I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei, and the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So you're saying I'm not Santa? What? Trick. Fake swapped clothes? So we didn't actually do that.
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 is 19. One plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right? Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at Junpei. You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5. As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red 5 on his wrist. Sorry, Ace. I tricked you. Of course, I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was... ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered, if you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. Right, because he has fucking face blindness, like I said yesterday. As their justification for why I'm not Santa, I mean. The first thing that would come to anyone's mind wouldn't be their bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face. Ace, you have prosopagnosia. Am I right? Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth, so did Ace. He could hear a sudden buzz of conversation from the others. Prosopagnosia? What's that? He heard Lotus begin to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them, then turned back toward Junpei and sighed.
Very well. I confess. I have a prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this is about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia. Ace's face tightened, his eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds. I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him. Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. Holy shit. Well, there goes my stylus all the way across the room. Pardon me. Let me just slide back over here. Alright. I'm gonna save. I'm going to save. Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us. Lotus looked away awkwardly. Junpei glanced over at her and continued. Then you, Ace, said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. That's huge. But he would need another person. Oh no, he didn't. Because he has... Doors 7 and 8. There was no way we could get through the 3 door, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now, I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Alright, buddy. This is not the way. Altruism, huh? Junpei stared off into the darkness. It's something very interesting. And lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear. You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually, we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes.
Pleading was not something they'd heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled the piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness. Oh well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice.
No, I'm not that stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room is not Snake's.
What? What?
Ace's face went pale. Oh my god. The others looked confused as well. If the body wasn't Snake's... I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident, but the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X! Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh, God. No. That's impossible.
Ace had started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long past caring. Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet, they still killed him. Why? Jesus Christ. Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just showed up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least 2 motives. Alright, hold on. Someone else in his clothes. Only someone... I'm gonna write face blindness because I want to spell this word. Would mistake Guy X for Snake. Okay. 1. Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2. Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you. So you... hey, hold on a minute! For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace spoke. What's the past that Ace didn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him? Look at this. He handed Santa a small piece of paper. Santa squinted at the paper and began to read. The no-nary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceutical CEO Gentaro Hongo. Huh? What? What is this? Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met Junpei's. It's the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first-class cabin. Then suddenly... Give me a break. Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury, tinged with desperation.
That paper's a lie. Someone's trying to frame me.
Me? You said me, right? Junpei's eyes narrowed, and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flicked off Junpei to something, anything else. Wouldn't that mean that you're admitting you're... Ah! Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. So he isn't just the president. Okay, so that's Ace. Or am I mistaken? It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face and he realized what he'd done. His eyes went wide.
Very well. I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game.
Excuse me.
That supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone's trying to set me up, you see. First of all,
Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself into a more tenable position.
Junpei, you're claiming I did this by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man in door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
Nope, you could have.
What?
Ace's face was tight and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close. Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this. Junpei put his hand into his pocket.
No, you couldn't have.
Ace's right hand moved. What the fuck did we take? Junpei smiled. I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I need to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet? Okay. That was all you needed to open door 3. 1 plus 2 plus 9 is 12 is 3. That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket. Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twitching like a dying fish. If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead. Tell me I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven?
Yeah! It'd be my pleasure.
Thank you, Seven. Seven cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. The fuck? Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. Whoa. Whoa! He looks a little bit different. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion. Well, this is the perfect time to take a quick break and make a save, I think. Yikes! Okay, This is not... Okay, remember yesterday when I was like, oh boy, we've got like one puzzle left and then it's gonna end. And we'll find out something new. That didn't happen. This one's very different. So, I'll be right back. Wow. Factory Love Room, thank you for 72 months. Life is just one big puzzle. I refuse to look up. Okay, that's fair. I think that is life. Also, I hope you enjoy your sketchy carrot. I was just out, I was watering, it's getting hotter today, and I was watering my hanging planters. Hello, hello. Music sounds like Snatcher. Oh, it does, kind of. Ugh. Speaking of, it is officially too hot today for a blanket. Back to shorts mode. Oof. Alright. Well. Let's see how this goes. Okay. Oh, God. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion.
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the red.
Okay. Took it while we split up, looking for red hardware. But then who put that back? Was it him? And I can't stop that from happening. Can't go outside without getting eaten by mosquitoes? I mean, mosquitoes feed the ecosystem. It's good.
They just also eat humans. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on the B deck.
His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. It was almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate letter.
My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the Nonary game. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root. Huh. 1 plus 9 is 1. 2 plus 9 is 12. 3 plus 9 is 3.
Ooh, I didn't know that. Adding 9 to a number won't change digital root. Feels like an important bit of information. There's a doodle. Ace's mouth opening like a snatcher to reveal a laser.
Yeah, okay.
I can do that. I want a slightly less crazy looking version of him. No, they all look like this. Alright, well. Okay. Hold on. I gotta look up what that mouth looked like. Snatcher mouth laser. What on earth is this gonna give me, Google? Yeah, that's exactly the picture I wanted. Perfect. I don't want to spoil Snatcher for anyone, so I won't say what it is, but it's exactly what I was picturing. So we need to see where this was sitting. Am I insane? Does it sound like there's a dog barking in this song? Or is there a dog barking outside a perfect interval night? It's in the song. It's in the song. Can I also say, real quick, fuck this guy? Because fuck this guy. Yeah, there's like a dog barking sound in this song. I hate it. Like, why are there so many weird sounds in them? Alright, now that I've drawn his stupid ass fucking hair. It's like Wolverine hair, basically. Really annoying. Why is his collar so big? Everybody's got collars that are way too large. Whatever, I changed my mind. I was gonna draw like the top of him, but this whole deal is stupid. I don't know. Whatever, it just looks like a head floating dumbly now. I tried to draw like the top of his... it just looks dumb. Imagine it's horrifying. Don't look at this part. It makes sense, okay? It makes sense. Alright, back to this hell. Alright, as you can see, 9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere with anyone, so I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. I thought the stupid things didn't work if they... Ace successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. He also found an unexpected bonus. The knife the 9th man had been holding. Ah. I forgot about that knife. I forgot about that fucking knife. Yeah, that's a problem. He slipped both of them into his chest pocket and left as quickly as he'd come. He walked down the stairs and headed back to where he was supposed to be. That was when he met Guy X and mistook him for Snake. Snake was on his way to the large hospital room and had not noticed Ace behind him. Wait a minute! Who the fuck is Guy X then? Ace made sure it stayed that way. He followed the man wearing Snake's clothes to door number 3. When the man stopped, he walked up behind him quietly and called out, "Snake?" Who is it? is that? I don't think I've ever seen this guy. Does that mean that he... Wait, maybe Zero was destroying... Was putting back the thingies? He had... And then... What if he accidentally killed Zero? The man turned to look at Ace. He said nothing. No words came out of his half-open mouth. He seemed dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he'd been drugged? It didn't matter to Ace. What the fuck? But then, who took Ace and his who took Snake and his clothes? Some guy with a nondescript face? Well, that doesn't matter at all, because this guy can't tell any of us apart. Ace was certain the man was Snake. He knew Snake had been part of the Nonary game 9 years before. Snake hadn't recognized Ace immediately, but he was blind. That much made sense. Why then hadn't Snake said anything to him? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the Nonary game. But not once had he attempted to confront Ace. Perhaps his lack of sight had prevented him from recognizing Ace. Or perhaps Snake conspired with Zero to deceive Ace. In either event, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. Ace's mind was made up. He moved. He held the number 9 bracelet over the red. He waved his own bracelet in front of the red and finally grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. That doesn't explain why they were suddenly working. Ace threw the man through it. So hold on. Forced him into 3. Reds were working. Ace threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed. The man inside the door passed away. After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room where the 1 a.m. bell rang. Ace's eyes were cold, and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed, then spoke. Ace, did you kill Clover? Yes. Why? Why did you kill her? She was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. You fucking asshole. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed like she might have found it. Huh? Found what? Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere. What? 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 It seemed likely she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it. What does that mean? What does that mean? We went into door 1 last time. What was in door 1? The dead guy. The map. Ace came in. Is there a problem? We want Clover alone. I think Santa and Seven killed Ace, but no, now we know that that can't be right. Ace knew I cheated. Had the 0 bracelet. The 0 bracelet? "9 years ago experiment. All ice? Clover has a note she got off the captain's corpse. Oh. And there was more in her pocket. So she did... Fuck. Okay. Seven and Lotus interrupted.
Yeah, but Lotus and I went through the door one too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
Yes, I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs.
I doubt the two of you would find it.
But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was therefore desperate to find her. And at last I did, in the first-class cabin.
Oh, it must be the piece of paper that we just got off of her then. No, because he would have taken it. I'm so confused.
I spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as though you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the ninth man's corpse? I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone.
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor hard. She leapt back and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run. Fuck, I wish he would have yelled so we could have come. He was faster.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. If he felt guilt or remorse or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
Seven's whole body trembled with rage and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost completely and utterly. But don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero, not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. And it was a trap, make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room. If he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Suddenly Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I must punish them. For the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. Zero. And he remembered other words, words he'd heard from Clover. I think Zero is one of us. One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace, Santa, June, 7, Lotus. Zero is one of us. No, Junpei paused. There was one more person. Snake. It was clear now that the man who died in the shower room was not Snake. That meant that Snake was almost certainly still alive. Perhaps Snake was Zero. Perhaps Snake had made Gaiax wear his clothes so that he would appear to be dead. Where was Snake now? Perhaps he was somewhere laughing at them. If he was Zero, surely he had lied about many other things. Was he watching them?
Well, I believe I finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving? Eh?
He sounded as if he'd just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw. What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch! We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch?
What the fuck?
She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong? You bastard!
Seven roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw, but someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace, raised a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose.
Huh. You've got some fire, don't you?
Damn it, I wanted him to actually get hit for good.
I confess, I rather like tough women.
Fucking hit him again. He sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then. Before that, let me give you one of my own.
Huh? Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arms around her and pulled Lotus back up against him. Are you fucking kidding me? In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. How do you have the gun? Great. 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 Let's just leave the gun in the box. I'm sure no one... Let me throw the eyes into the fucking ravine. What was another one recently? I wish protagonists would stop putting important items that can kill people down or throwing them somewhere into a hole or any of that fucking shit. I've had enough. I've had enough. I've had enough. It was a gun, the revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's head.
If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger. I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
Wait, are you the one who lied to 9? 3 people? What do you mean? Oh my god. Because he would want the 9. How the fuck am I gonna do anything about this, though? So frustrating. I don't know. It's too late to fix it now. There's gotta be a way to keep my memories. Like, I have my human memories, but I need my video game boy memories. Alright.
Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me. Although I suppose to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed.
Cool. Great. Ace killed 9th man. Well, that explains the person who lied to him. He lied to me, the guy screamed before he exploded.
While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie.
Wait, what was his name? Who... 9th man told Ace his name. Recognized it. It seems the setting for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet. Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later. Okay. Have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then. Shit! Why isn't it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Open the door! Please! I'm begging you. Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here! Oh my god, there's no time left! Listen, I was lied to. He lied to me. He put me in here. It was him. He killed me. It was him! This would have saved a lot of time if he had just said any, like, the tall guy, the oldest one, the one with gray hair. Number 1. I had 4 reasons to kill him. What? You had 4 reasons for killing him? 1. As I said before, in the no-nary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I'd allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he or it would have become a threat to me. We all could have gotten out, you fucking ass. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on. 2. I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I'd be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be able to acquire the bracelet I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. Okay, that's pretty much the same thing. So 9 important and a threat. 2 wanted 9 bracelet. Even though that's technically the same fucking thing, but fine. 3. Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago. It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information. That's pretty much the same as fine. Knew him and past with game. 4. It should just be one reason. It should be I'm an evil bad man. Lastly, I wish to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this no-nary game was serious or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome. Jinpei glared at him. I don't get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago? Didn't I say? The no-nary game was played. I planned it out and I conducted its execution. Why? What on earth was it supposed to do? I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that. Ace smirked. Why did you tell us all this then? He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun had never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook. Hey, what's with this gun? Where did he get this? Why don't you tell her, Santa? Eh? Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace. On the other side of door 6, we found this gun in the coffin in the cargo room. Right. The bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking. Indeed I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying, you intended to leave it behind. Left gun behind in 6, and he just fucking took it. Lovely. Great. Wait, how? Oh, did we prop the door open? No, he was with us. That's right. Ugh. Ace laughed, a short derisive snort, and gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look. Fucking asshole.
Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
Well, where are you going?
Do I really need to explain? I had assumed it would be obvious. I have the number 9 bracelet, and now I have Lotus.
9 plus 8 plus 1, 18. 1 and 8 is 9.
Wasn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it?
And how do you know that?
Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover.
I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination, but now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, and please, don't forget my warning. Move and I'll pull the trigger.
I don't need her alive to open the door, you know.
Wait, can't we become a 9 and just follow him? As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him. Junpei, Santa, June, and Seven stood frozen. Hold on. Hold on. What? Oh my god. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. They had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit. He forced Lotus to open it, then turned and addressed them once more. Goodbye. Then he stepped through the door. Okay, but now that he can't see us, we're gonna do something, right? It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June, please! We have things to do! Nobody had, like, an ibuprofen or anything helpful for this girl. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
Hey! June, what happened? Are you alright?
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way. Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay? June's fever had returned again for no apparent reason. As a plot device. As a plot device. No, it is not her. It is definitely the writers. This is... Oh. Ugh. This is obnoxious. I don't like that they're using this as like some fucking deus. It's like obnoxious ex machina. We need them to turn around. Quick, make June fall over. All right. June's fever had returned again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps. I'm okay. Really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus. You're right, we should. She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk. Junpei was torn. Wait a minute. These are too convenient. Maybe June is Zero, and every time we start to do something that Zero doesn't like, he's like, oh no, my face is so warm. I can't go. You have to stay with me. Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. Wrong. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? Is this going to be a choice? Oh. June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile. Junpei, don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. What's he got? When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's gonna let her go? Oh, just walk away.
God damn it. You guys go on ahead. As soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Yeah, but then what if Santa does his thing? He doesn't have a gun this time, but he could find the knife. Go! Junpei looked at June. She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. but it was all the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was set. All right, come on, Seven. We're going after Ace. It's not a choice, okay?
Hell yeah!
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you. Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. Hold on, if he got the... Ugh. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him. Let's go. Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. Okay. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I like Seven, but I feel like he doesn't have his memory, so I don't know who he is. Technically, we only know who, like, 1.5 of them are. Panting sounds. Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room. No sign of Ace or Lotus. Shit.
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palm full of sweat from his brow. Maybe. Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors. He looked at the red. The display panel read vacant. He spun around and headed toward the smaller door. The red would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room. Oh shit. Engaged. It's occupied.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, seems like it. Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. Okay, so Ace took Lotus and Bracelet into smaller 9 door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk. What if it loops around somewhere, though?
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but
the two of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah. First of all, our digital route is not 9. Just then, as they were pondering what to do next... Finally! There was a noise. Please, 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 let us do this and don't to be continued me. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel. Junpei looked up surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room, looking for the source of the sound. It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or more precisely, what was on it. The coffin.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures. Junpei, shut up.
Who said that?
I forget. Anyway, we've got to try. Junpei and Seven leapt at the coffin. They grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled.
Damn
it!
See, didn't I tell you? If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
Seven pointed at the keypad on the side of the coffin. Right, so unless I put in the right passcode, it's not going to open. The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do, Junpei wondered. Was there some sort of clue somewhere? No, don't do it again. They stood there for a few moments staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke.
Hey, Junpei? I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom on the first-class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Truth had gone or something like that?
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that's the numbers, the passcode... Maybe that number's the passcode for this thing, too.
Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe.
Well, yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin are the same person, right? Zero set up both of these.
Yeah, probably.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
Why don't you just try it? I mean, it's not like you'll make the thing any worse.
I guess that's true. It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number.
How do you know that? You never know till you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
You!
Ugh, fine. He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he'd repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind. 14383421. Quickly, he typed them in. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers and took a deep breath and pressed the E button. It's the right amount, I think. It only took a moment. Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! I was sure that wasn't gonna work. What? Coffin unlocks with same code as small. Safe. 143 834 21. Okay. What? You've got to be kidding me. There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside. Ah! Snake!
You! Why?
What's he wearing? Ah, those voices. Junpei and Seven, unless I'm mistaken. Okay. Didn't I guess that? I guessed that. Surely I said it out loud. Okay. So the real Snake is in the coffin. It's not stupid all ice. Where are the others? Are they elsewhere? Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. But Clover's dead. Fuck! Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but... Oh, shit. They had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he had came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently, he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas. And Junpei and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them. Oh, jeez. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane. They decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin. Snake's story explained frustratingly little. Fuck. What is that symbol on him? It's Venus with a dot on it. And I don't know what the other one is. Zero's true identity was a mystery, as were his intentions. Why had Zero put Guy X in Snake's clothes? If Zero had left a note for them to say the Nonary game had been played 9 years before, was there some connection? Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating. What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying. Huh? Hold on. Wait. All the information we got about Snake being in the game before was from Clover. Does that mean... What? It seemed as though Snake was perhaps not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and Seven little good. No matter how many times they asked, he insisted he knew nothing. What? It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted. Their time limit was fast approaching. Snake's release from the coffin had changed nothing. They still needed to follow Ace as quickly as possible. However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood at a loss for what they should do next. What do we do now? He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on Snake's wrist. The 3 of us can't make a digital root of 9. Yeah, we'd just get 5. We're stuck here then.
Oh, hey, I just remembered something.
Seven began patting his pockets as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything. What? What is it?
I found something earlier.
What did you find?
This.
He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. 7 pulled out something round and metal. Okay, so we know this is from the captain's quarters. Okay, so he said he didn't know about anything, which we think is a lie, question mark. 7 has 0 bracelet. Okay, a bracelet. There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from the face like a cartoon eye. 0's bracelet. What the hell? Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet? Yeah. Where did you get that? Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, if he'd been able to see, he would have noticed 7 look away.
Clover gave it to me.
Okay, so that's what she had in her pocket. Clover took it from the captain's quarters. Not just the letter originally. She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it, see, on the other side of the door, 1, A deck, in the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
It was a lie, and Jinpei knew it. I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know, basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
Alright, Jinpei, been nice knowing you.
What? What? 7 plus 2 plus 0 is... You wouldn't fucking dare. Don't do this to me, 7. I liked you.
Come on, man, I'm just kidding.
Oh, thank fuck.
Still, just in case, I want to make sure the 0 bracelet gets picked up by the red. Snake, give me a hand, alright?
Don't do it. Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Jinpei and Snake followed him quietly. No, go through the other one so you can follow them. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the 2 doors. 7 and Snake put their palms on the red. Please don't, please don't, please don't. Once they'd done that, 7 put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 7 plus 2 plus 0 is 9. Now they just needed to pull the lever and the door would open. Please. Error? What? But that would mean that he couldn't... Huh? Why isn't it opening?
Well, the third asterisk is lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually 0. Huh? Not 0? What?
Huh? What?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That's what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains. Junpei nodded. They decided to use the following combination. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, okay. I mean, I assume we can just try whatever we want. Snake, Junpei, bracelet, Junpei, 7 bracelet, Sneak, Junpei, 7 bracelet. Alright, so let's just do it now. 5, 6, 7. If that one's at 7, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 3. That's 14, which would be 5. So we're either going to get... Wait, none of them would matter. They're all going to fail. They're all going to fail in the same way. Just do them all. Snake, Junpei 7, the mysterious bracelet. Oh wait, but if they're not 0, so we can just figure it out based on that. If one of them equals 9. Alright, 2 plus 5 plus 7 is 14. 1 plus 4 is 5. If that combination works, then the mysterious bracelet's number was 4. However, error. Okay, the door didn't open, so that's not it. Okay. It's 3. The number's not 3. The number might be 3. It's 3 o'clock. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll be back. There's a cat sleeping in this little sunbeam. I'm gonna go stretch. I'm scrungled a little too much. I've been crunched up to play. Ooh, I will be right back. Hey. I have petted the cat, but now there's cat fur all over me because it is summer and she's shedding. Because of course she is. Well, error. The door didn't open. The mysterious bracelet number wasn't 4. Junpei continued. They decided to use the following combination. Alright, we'll try Junpei, Snake Junpei bracelet. Okay. Snake, that's 7. If the combo works, then it's 2. However, oh, what if it might not be any of them. Nope. Alright, another error. Door didn't open. The mysterious bracelet wasn't 2. Junpei continued. They decided to use the following combination. The last one. Okay. Alright, so if this worked, it's 6. Scan the bracelets. Oh, fuck! It opened. Six? What? Hold on, so it's not a 0. 0 bracelet is actually 6. But that would mean it's the same as June's.
It opened.
Yes, so it would seem. 7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful, and looked rather confused. I'm confused too. Why would there be 2 6s? Because we've used hers, and hers is a 6. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. Okay, good. We're not going through. The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he thought. That meant the number for the mysterious bracelet was 6. 5 plus 7 plus 6, 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. But how could it be 6? The display on the bracelet clearly showed 0. Oh shit, we might be out of time. Suddenly from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had until recently been dry.
Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go. But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah, you know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem, my last resort, but if now's not the time for last resorts, then when?
Huh? Resorts?
What? We're going through? Okay, there is a... Am I getting to be continued? No? Junpei, Seven, and Snake ran full tilt down a long straight hallway. What? 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 How is he here? Why did he go in? Oh my god! They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, Seven spoke.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
Can he take it off? As I told you, it was the last resort. His left hand isn't real! I'm so stupid, he just took it off! He never has to. God damn it. Snake can go anywhere if he takes his left fucking arm off. What a revelation. God damn it. I figured he couldn't pop it off or something. How does that make sense? His left arm is fake. It's been like a big plot point. The bomb only gets activated if you scan your thing and then don't rescan it within the time limit. That's what activates the bomb. So if that's not happening, it deactivates if there's no pulse. It doesn't matter. All you had to do was pop it off and leave it somewhere and never have it go through a thing. And now it's not a problem. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. Ridiculous. Granted, if someone else picks that up, that would be extremely dangerous. They could just kill him. I imagine most people would have taken it to mean that I was Zero. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. I'd just take my bracelet off. Oh, he just popped it off? Snake's plan had been simple but effective. He'd simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei, it looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of... Oh! Okay, well he kept... He crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through.
Up his sleeve?
Yeah. I mean, he said that on purpose. He literally did on... You can't just steal the pun the game made. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so how had he done it? My brother's left arm is not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm. Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin. With it gone, he had little to fear from the numbered doors. He'd walked through the door easily without authenticating. He stepped out on the other side unscathed and began running down the hall alongside Seven and Junpei. God, that would have made a lot of this much easier. Ah, interesting. Okay. But if he has no pulse in that arm, then it was never... Maybe he was never in any danger. Maybe everything with him has been a trick. They kept running for a while longer and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the staircase. As far as they could tell, it went all the way to the bottom deck. There didn't seem to be any flooding. They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. Wait, so this isn't an exit. It took only a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door. Jinbei threw it open. But this isn't even the room that the other two went in. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. Also, we left everybody else. It read incinerator. Incinerator? Oh my, that doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps? Yeah, right over here.
How do you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so. Ugh. Jinpei grumbled, gave Snake a dry look, then jogged over to the lever. If you pull it down, the door ought to open. Got it. He pulled the lever down. With the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back, and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus? Still, god damn it. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. It was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Jinpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. But perhaps more interesting was what Jinpei saw behind them. Another fucking 9-door? God damn it. Okay. Another number 9 door. But why? Why was there another one? Are there 9 doors? Because if so, we're never doing this. The door stopped Jinpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As his brain finally began to consider why, the whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought. Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. What? Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes. Of course it's 9 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite the show here, Zero.
A terrifying smile twisted Ace's face.
What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
It said that the incineration system's about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Huh? Who are you?
Oh, you don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake.
Snake? Ah, yes, you're alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive.
Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his teeth.
If you don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei, 7. The 3 of you couldn't have opened a door with a 9. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
What? Oh, no! Uh-oh. 2 plus 5 plus 7 plus 4 is 9.
Ah, well, your reaction suggests that you did not. Hold on.
Shit. Oh, thank you for the 9.
Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet?
Jinpei felt his chest tighten.
Oh, they haven't told you. Told me what? Clearly not. Normally, I would take some time and enjoy the moment, but I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now.
He would take the time to enjoy it, so he is just a fucking psychopath murderer.
I'll have to make this quick. Clover!
Don't do it, Ace. Keep your goddamn mouth shut.
Clover!
I said stop it! Don't listen to him, Snake. Jinpei could feel his voice growing hoarse, but Snake didn't listen to him. What happened to Clover? Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into the hook of a cruel smile.
Clover died.
Oh shit. The color left Snake's face. He shook his head weakly. No. That's not true. That's impossible, he said, quoting fucking Star Wars. It's a lie. It has to be a lie.
Oh, it's quite true. I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
What?
I'm sorry, did I stutter? I killed her.
Star Wars. Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, mottled red rising to dot his pale skin. Can I just say, I don't think this is an appropriate time to quote that, because I feel like this is supposed to be a very serious moment, and they just, like, turned it into a reference. I think that kind of takes away from this. I think that was a mistake. They really shouldn't have done that. Unless this is all a funny haha joke and I'm supposed to find the entire game funny, but I find it depressing at the moment. His entire body shook. He looked to Junpei disturbingly like a demon.
I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet to her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the ninth man had, you remember? I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft.
This guy's a fucking psycho.
My knife slid in so easily. There was no resistance. That feeling was... I confess, I feel rather excited. It is a powerful memory. Someday, perhaps, I hope I can feel it again.
Okay, man. Incineration will begin in 7 minutes. I'm going to kill you! Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm going to kill you.
Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now, I'm waiting.
Don't do it. Don't listen to him, Snake. Stop it.
Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head. Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Don't! Snake!
Don't do it!
But Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Oh no. Oh no. Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair. Snake!
Snake!
Jesus Christ. Okay, and now Lotus gets away. Maybe. Fuck. Ah! Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Junpei, her eyes wide with terror. Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she'd made a run for it. She reached Seven and Junpei and ducked behind them. Junpei could feel her fingers on his arm, tight enough to be painful, keeping him between her and Ace. Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
Give me the woman.
Why would we do that, you dumb ass? You know what? What's he gonna do? Kill us all and then die? What are you gonna do, bitch? You can't afford... Oh, wait, you could just take our... You could just take our thingies. And he knows that now. Shit. Well, I guess you could kill us all. Ace shot Snake. Maybe Snake has a prosthetic chest plate. He raised the gun.
I need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door.
1 + 8 + 9 is 18. 1 + 8 is 9.
Quickly now. I don't have time for your shenanigans.
In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor.
I see. Then it would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call Seven. I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will begin in 4 minutes.
Well, looks as though our time together is at an end. I've rather enjoyed playing with you. Goodbye.
Junpei could see Ace's finger tighten. He could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tensed, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh. Then it happened. Oh! Snake stood up. Prosthetic chest plate?
What? No, that's impossible.
For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward, one step closer to Ace. Sorry, his footsteps are so realistic. Realistically bare feet on... It's so weird. Then another. He looked for all the world like a zombie.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
His voice was a mournful wail of the undead.
Stay away from me! Get back! Stop! If you come any closer, I'll... Get away from me!
Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. He continued his stiff, inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure fury.
Listen to me! I said don't come any closer! Shit! You bastard!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times, the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his body. A fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Snake made a strange sort of choking cough. And then his strength was gone. His legs crumbled, and his broken and battered body slid to the floor. Incineration will begin in 3 minutes. But Snake wasn't done. Even as the pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid toward Ace. One bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg, and the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone.
You son of a bitch! You're a monster! Get off me! Let me go! Damn you!
He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once a snake has ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it.
This is it, Ace.
We're going to burn to death together.
What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Ugh! Damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay. Look, think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily. You don't have to die. You can be saved. Just let me go.
Pathetic. Begging for your life. Then Seven and Lotus began to speak. Junpei could hear tears in their voices, and their words were strained.
Snake, that's enough. You can stop now.
Yes, he's right, Snake. You've done enough.
Come on, Snake, let's go. Let's get out of here.
You have to come with us. We have to leave together. Snake turned toward them. He coughed and blood splattered across the floor. Then he smiled a sad sort of smile. I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me.
Shut up! Be quiet!
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that. Perhaps in the afterlife she can forgive me. No, go. Go now. You have to go. Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
God damn it! Shit! We're out of time. We have to go.
Seven ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him. But Junpei couldn't move. There were white lines down Snake's cheeks where his tears had washed the blood away. He was broken, body and soul, and Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung, and he tried desperately to swallow to clear the lump in his throat. Junpei, what are you doing? You have to get out of here now. Junpei's chest tightened, pulled taut. Taunt? Do you mean taut? Pulled taut by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart alongside the torrent of blood. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller. And then it broke, crashing down with thunderous force onto his shaken, unprepared mind. Snake! Snake! Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Or he tried to.
Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei!
He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Junpei's arms to his sides and was hauling him bodily back toward the door. No! No! I have to help Snake! Snake! Get off me! Let me go! Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. Ugh! 7, 6.
Damn it, I don't got a choice, kid. Don't blame me for this, alright?
Ugh! Ugh! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down, beginning incineration. Junpei felt Seven's fist bury itself deep in his stomach, and then his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. It slammed... This should have happened before we watched the thing. It slammed shut behind them. Junpei struggled to shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door. There was a small window cut into it. Oh god, don't look! Inside, he could see Ace and Snake.
Shit! Damn you all! Why? Why me? I don't deserve this! Answer me! Answer me, Zero! Why? Why? Zero?
Oh my god. Okay. Am I going to get to be continued again? I'm so... This is... He didn't know how much time passed. He didn't know how long he stood there, in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, and if not for the hand she'd put against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Junpei said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door and the hallway they'd come down earlier.
Hey, wait, Junpei.
Junpei, where are you going? He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped. You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June.
You're gonna bring them here?
How? Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait. All right? He began to walk again. How are we going to do that? He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going. When they'd walked through the hallway earlier, he'd noticed an elevator at the end of the side hallway. If it still worked, then maybe... Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it. He pushed it and the door opened. Junpei was in the large hospital room. I'm saving it. June. Santa. He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. But try as he might, he couldn't find them. Shit. Okay, Junpei left Seven and Lotus. Went to find Santa and June. Ugh, damn it. Where did they go? Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was part of him that felt it would be wrong to, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. We're running out of time. We only had an hour. Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside expecting to find nothing, but there on the red carpet in the center of the room... June? Oh no, code names didn't matter any longer. She was Connie? Huh? This is a stupid way to spell this. Junpei cried her name and ran. Like lightning, he ran across the room toward her. I've never seen her be called by a nickname, just Akane, but so that's a dumb way to spell it again, but still. Oh man, Connie. He stumbled to a stop. As he looked down at her body lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still. So very still. Fuck. In the chapel. No. No, it couldn't be. It was impossible. Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hands shook, and he felt very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back. Her back was moving. Slowly, it rose and fell. Relief washed over him. Connie! Junpei reached down and gently, very gently, lifted her up. Connie? Connie, are you all right? Junpei? Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. She was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest. Oh man. Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel... Junpei, I'm sorry. Her voice was very faint. I might not make it. No way! No way am I gonna let you die. I'm gonna save you, I promise. Thank you, Junpei. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Junpei. Really happy. Don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again, lots more times. You've just gotta hang on, alright, Connie? Junpei, did you know? You meant a lot to me when we were kids. I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time. Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of deep heat deep in his heart like a white-hot flame. He looked down at Akane. Oh, shit. Game over. There was a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke. 0? You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding? Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice. I'm right here. I've always been close to you. The hell are you talking about? No matter. I'll tell you again. Game over. This game has ended. No. No, it hasn't. I'm not going to let it end yet. I'm going to get out of here with Connie. You can't. That's impossible. Why? Because you chose the wrong path. The wrong path? That is correct. Your path was inevitable, however. Admit defeat. Where's the what? Where there's shadow, there is light. You chose the wrong path. Where there is shadow, there is light. Oh, you dick. Where there is light, there is shadow. So it goes. What are you talking about? It matters not. The loser has been decided. I told you I'm not going to lose. No, you misunderstand. You haven't lost. I have lost. What? Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. What? I have lost. 0. He heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it 0? Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise. She managed a single nod. Junpei laid her back down gently and leapt for the door. Huh? He yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving anywhere. Damn it! He didn't want to leave Connie alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel. Connie? She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before, and now she was gone. Oh God. No. No. Where is she? Connie? Connie? Whoa. I'm not doing it. I imagine it'll be anime-like, Connie! But that's too funny, and this isn't funny. His cry split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away, and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it. What? Oh. Huh? A strange smell. A smell? One he'd smelled before. Are you fucking kidding me? The smell of a peculiar white smoke. 9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. What? That's not even a to be continued. What does that mean? I got credits this time. We have to wait to see if The thing on the cover has changed. The thing that's above the save of the 6 markers. All of you need to stop fucking talking. No spoilers. No hinting at things. Shut up. Don't make me put you in jail. What the fuck? The end, or is it? Okay, so instead of to be continued, this time we got the end, ... or is it? Okay. I'm gonna do what I did last time, and I'm gonna wait a couple minutes before I touch anything, just in case. See if the song ends. Because there's gonna be at least, if that's the second ending, then there's gotta be 4 more. The other big thing that we could do differently is plan A when we're choosing from the 3 doors in the hospital. And then when it's the 3 choices for that part of the boat. So we choose 2 instead of 1 or 6. Alright, I'm gonna touch it. Fuck off. What was that? Why was she in a weird room? Unfucking believable. Wait, there isn't a new thing there. There isn't a new thing there! What does that mean? Would you like to keep the information you have gained during this playthrough? The data will be retained in your save file. If you restart the game, you will still start at the beginning. Yes. Import data from this playthrough. Wait, no, there it is. There's a new one. There's a new one. There's a new one. All right, so what happens if I click this? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I gotta turn the volume back up. The track reel is way louder than the rest of the game. Okay. So we got a different ending. Ooh. Oh, it's helping. You can use this to help. 2 different things in the 9. That's that 3 that I didn't go through. And then there's the 2 that I talked about. Okay. So I'm on the right track. I think this just restarts. And because... Yeah, I think I could technically just restart. Just in case I'm like... I don't know if that's... Okay. I don't know what preview does, but... Okay. So we got a new... Yeah, there it is. So this one looks to be that tiny little safe opened. So last time was the coffin. Coffin ending. I didn't get credits last time. I got to be continued. So this one, safe ending? Question mark? Darn, I was hoping somehow he would start to remember, but it's me. I have to do it all. Okay. So, we have some things we know for sure we need to do this time. Right, attempt number 3. All right, let's I might need to make, I could do it with graph paper. I might need to make a branching thing, just showing what rooms I took for each one. Because this might show me what way I went. But I still, going in certain orders is going to be the difference. So I think that's what I'm going to do before we start anything. Actually, I could get out of this room. But now we know when the 9th man freaks out, it's because Ace lied to him. I don't think we can stop that, though. I don't think I can stop any of that. All right, I am going to make a spreadsheet. But I'm going to take a break first so I can, like, really do it. So, it's 4, almost. It's almost 4. Hi, baby. I'm gonna run some ads, and when I come back, we will work on my branching spreadsheet. I'll probably have to do an iteration or 2 until I can kind of lay it out the way that I want. Maybe I could color code it. I can't erase those colored pencils very well, though. Whatever, I'll figure it out. 1 hour left to stream about. I hope you guys are enjoying it. We're going to start our 3rd playthrough. And it's going to be harder because in the beginning, I'm going to have to make stuff we've already done choices, but we'll be able to skip past them. It'll... Ah! Okay, all right. I'll be right back. All right, hey guys. I have the old graphic paper. So let's do some, figuring out. Okay, so I'm probably going to again have to do this more than once. This is just going to be a quick mock-up. So where does our first choice come in? It's serious time, I should put my hair up. Hold on. That's how it goes, right? We're being serious, we put our hair up. Don't look at my steamed fucking shirt. I'm hot and I don't have a lot of shirts right now that are cool. Okay. So. Ah, you know what we could do? We could do this and then get to the first choice, and that would make it very clear for us. So we could create the map as we go, because we know some very specific ones we have to do. I guess there's no way to just skip through this. What is there? Can I do... Oh, that's just a quick thing to the save? No. No. I'm just select. What did select do? Nothing. Alright. Right. Oh, I can skip this stuff too if I hold it. Interesting. So I can skip all of that. Which briefcase is blue? Blue was 0, 2, 6, 3. Digital roots. Bop boop bop beep boop. I can't do this. God. I feel like it's been so long since we've done this. We don't remember. Just kidding, I found it. Okay, we're remembering how we got here. None of this. Okay, that's not what I said. None of this is new. It won't let me skip it if it's new. So, we're good. God, what a nice way to do this. It's one of the kindest games I've ever encountered when it comes to this kind of stuff. And with puzzling, too, to be fair. Alright, and this one is... click. This means this time we're gonna have to go through old rooms. I'm gonna have to resolve puzzles that I totally don't remember. Like, I have notes on them, but I didn't write down the solutions to everything. Yeah, because you have to put it in, dum-dum. Oh, do I have to combine them? Oh, I need to open the thing and get the screwdriver. Right. It was under a pillow or something. Haha! I don't remember where the screwdriver was. Did I write that down? I just remembered it last time. There we go. Alright, now I'm allowed to do it. It's funny that I needed that when I had all the cards. Wait, do I need that? What do you want me to do? What are you actually saying? It looks like one of the color cards isn't going to do the trick. I use some of the other cards. Oh. I need to have them fucking equipped! It's because I've been doing it too much. I'm taking it for granted now. Alright, I did write all this down though. Didn't I? Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. What? Not that one. Hmm? To back up before I click on it, yes. I do wish more games had the skip this text I've already seen, even if it was just temporary memory. Bosses before RPGs before fighting stuff. Oh, yeah. Alright, we're going to skip all of this until we get to our first choice. Because we cannot affect any of this. Because unfortunately, Junpei does not have my memory. We're going to make a branching set of paths. I'll tell you what I'm never doing again, though. Not saying that shit in the elevator. No, not gonna say that. Because it was ridiculous. So we've gone through both of these doors. I might do it with colored pencils. But I think they're in there. I should take them out. Oh no, they're right down there. Good. When I reorganized, I fixed it. Was this shit in the elevator? You don't want to know. Poor Clover. She deserves better. She's having a worse time than June, and June is like, I've fallen over. Well, goodbye, Mr. 9. Alright, he's exploded. Ah, so technically, this is our first little choice. I don't know if these choices even matter that much, but they must. They must matter in some way. Even if it's not a direction. Do I want to have it going that way or down? I think I want to have it going that way. So, which pair? Um, I don't know if these matter. I'll do A, B, C. Ace and Lotus. Oh, actually, I shouldn't put this on the actual spreadsheet, maybe. Oh, maybe I should. Shoot. No, if I put it on the spreadsheet, I can color coordinate it. Yeah. No, I will put it here. So the first thing we get asked in the game is which pair. I don't know if this makes a difference and affects what's going to happen, so we should count it because we don't know. This is interesting. Hold on. The first time I chose Santa and June, I'm pretty sure. And then at the end, Santa took June hostage. In the next one, I was Ace and Lotus, and Ace took Lotus hostage. Does that mean Sneak and Seven will be weird? Or is that a coincidence? It might be entirely a coincidence. What did I choose? Abducted. Shoot, I don't know which one. Okay, I definitely chose in the second. I definitely wrote it down for the second playthrough, though. Yeah, I chose Ace and Lotus last time. Okay, so playthrough 1, we did Santa and June. Playthrough 2, we did Ace and Lotus. So this is playthrough 3. We'll do Snake and Seven. I wonder if that makes a difference. Snake, Seven, you think you guys could give me a hand here? The pun was a little too on the nose, but the mood was still grim. Both Snake and Seven lifted their left hands silently. Slowly, each of them placed their hand on the scanner panel. 5 plus 2 plus 7 equals 14. 1 plus 4 is 5. I need to write down that I did this in my new set of notes for this set of choices and playthrough stuff. So, attempt 3. We are choosing Snake and 7. 2 plus 7 plus 5. These notes are going to make you all think that I am an insane person. Okay. They'd fulfilled the conditions. If they were to pull the lever on the side, this is repeating now. That was a really weird cutoff. Okay, so this is all exactly the same. He blew up. June is sad. I'm probably going to... Oh, gosh. So next we're going to do the 0 thing. Yeah, 0 said... I could do it like like that. All right, I'm figuring out how I want to sort this out. We'll put all the questions in a column beforehand and then the major deviation choices differently. Yeah, but this is going to look very chaotic, I think. Once you guys finally see it. But obviously it's my responsibility to save these people. At least that's how I feel. All right, and then our next question is, or choice rather, because it's not always questions. 0 said, and I said the same thing as the first time, last time, trying to make myself look smart, and then he ended up looking like an idiot anyway. That only 2 people can go through. Also, can I just say, I like that they keep the theming throughout the game, And they make sure anytime it's a numeral, they use the actual numeral instead of, because when you're writing, usually you wouldn't use small digits. Like only 2 people go through, you'd write it out TWO, but they make sure to do, I think it's interesting. I like that consistency. That everyone who verified had to go. The good news is once I've written all of these down as well, I can just put the number of playthrough that I'm on when I choose it next to it. More than 6 people can go through. So on playthroughs 1 and 2, I did the middle option. I'm going to be dumb and say, that only 2 people can go through. And it's very possible that these choices, a lot of them don't actually do that much. But we'll see. Okay, let's try that. But only 2 people can go through, or something like that. No, wait, that was wrong. It was on the tip of Junpei's tongue when Lotus beat him to the punch. All those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute. Oh, this is not, I can't skip it. That's what the letter said. In other words, no less than 3 and no more than 5. Exactly. So, did that happen last time? No, because, okay, so when you do this, Lotus answers correctly. I wonder if answering wrong so other people can feel smart will matter at any point. Yeah. Hello, welcome. Snake inclined his head toward Lotus. Oh, and now it's repeating. All right, so that didn't seem to make that big a difference. We wrote what the only difference was. All right, he's taking out his note. All right, we're going to have to make a big choice. And these are the ones that I think matter. Maybe. It probably all matters. Third playthrough? Yes, I just finished my second one. And I got an ending that looked like a tiny open safe with a letter in it. But as always, no spoilers, please. No, not even hinting. I don't want to get a whiff of anything that I haven't seen myself. Please and thank you. All right. So we've done both of these now. Oh, interesting. So I could just guess this one wrong. So technically this is also a decision. So let's see. 8, 3, 6, 5. What is digital root? I answered correctly the first 2 times. A, B, C, D. So our options are 2, 3, 4, and 5. We answered correctly 4 in playthroughs 1 and 2. So let's answer wrong. Why not? What was your first ending? It's a coffin, and it said to be continued. But the second time I got credits, so it's very strange. I said 4. What is digital root? We're gonna say 2 this time. Because it's wrong, and it's should be interesting. 2 would be 2. That meant there was no way they could pass through door 4. Wait, no, that wasn't right. No, something didn't seem right. Junpei ran the numbers again. 8 plus 3 plus 6 plus 5, 22, 2 plus 2 is 4. He repeated what he'd determined. It's 4. Add up our 4 bracelets and the digital root is 4. Okay, so you can't answer it wrong. If you do this, Junpei corrects himself before saying the wrong answer. Interesting. Wrong answer. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Okay, so here's our first big choice. This branches our paths. So, which door do you want to go through? In our first playthrough, we chose door 5. No, door 4. That one. Sorry. They're in the order that doesn't match where they physically are. We chose door 5 because... No, 4 because we wanted to go with June. God, now my brain's not working. Because door 5 is the one that Nine's dead body is in. But we didn't want to drag her with us so that she would have to see it. So, we chose door 5 in playthrough 2, and we chose door 4 in playthrough 1. So now the question is, what the fuck do we do on our third playthrough? Because the paths obviously matter, because the last thing that asshole said to me, after he said he lost, and game over, was you chose the wrong path. Where there is shadow, there is light. You chose the wrong path. I really liked all the choices I made in my first one. We could technically do... If we go into door 4, what room does that take us to? That takes us to... Is that the kitchen? My notes aren't as good for the first playthrough because I didn't know there were gonna be so many things like this. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go through door 4 again. Yeah, should we stay silent and go through door 4? Let's go through door 4 again. Door 4 would be fine. I wonder what happens if you stay with... No, you can't stay with June for that second one in the hospital, though, because no matter what, you have to get split up. But with that one, I wanted to try to go through 3. So that doesn't fucking matter. Okay. Alright. Let's do this. So this is a big door deviation. Big door deviation. Host. What? Oh, shit! Oh my god. What the fuck? Hold on. I stopped pressing the button. DRM, thank you for gifting 22 subs! Holy shit. Thank you so much. Thank you for hitting the sub goal. Congrats to Hatspace. Oh, Edo. Stargazen Wait, what? Stargazen Nemesis? Petrichor, Kelly Cat, Paolo Pagta, Lost Dingus Khan. I'm gonna make a save. Master Rocket, Muck Chair, Sacred Muse, Strife Eternal, House of Mule, Ingvar's Manus, Jiggy Ray, the code's 180, Icy Sprinkles, Stale Fishies, just trying to live this one, which feels right for what I'm doing. Sparky Knuckledrag and Affetto. Thank you! Dude, thank you so much. All right, well, we're gonna be streaming till 6 then. So thank you. Okay, hour and a half left of stream. That's very sweet. Thank you. All right, we're back in a puzzle room we've been in before. So this big deviation. Which door? Door 4. It does look like I'm going to have to solve all the puzzles again. Which is like mostly fine, I guess. I think there are talking points in here I don't care about, but we can skip past those. Yeah, this was the 2 doors. Yeah, but there were a lot of weird questions in here, and I was nice the whole time. And we're probably gonna have to be mean this time. We'll see. All right. Where did my stylus go? It's under my thing. Okay. I can hold the thing and we'll skip stuff we didn't see, so. Alright, she doesn't want me to leave. Got the matches. Aha! Are you worried about me? Alright, now we have the opportunity to be fucking mean. I don't know why we would, but we shall. Alright, so these questions all go together. And then which door do you want to go through is a big deviation point. So how do I want to do it? I guess I could keep writing directly down. Ugh, I need like a proper spreadsheet. Are you worried about me? And the first time we said, yeah, I guess I am. But this time, I'm going to be an asshole and say, hey, come on. I guess it's not being an asshole. It's not like that. But if we say this and he's like, he lied, I'm gonna be sad. Oops, I put 2. This is playthrough 3. The only problem with this is that I have to write it twice. But next time I won't have to. Hey, come on, it's not like that. Jinbei did his best to ask as though he didn't care. His best wasn't very good. I guess you haven't changed at all, Jumpy. She giggled. By the way, Jumpy? Eh? That's all it did? That's all that's different. Well, that we can tell. Really didn't seem to change that much on the surface, but it probably did. Map. Ah. Do you think this boat is? I mean, to be fair, I think we found out that it's like It's technically closer to the actual Titanic than a replica because it's that, like, well, we think it is, the gigantic. So I said a replica the first time, and this time I'm going to say the actual Titanic, which is sad because it's definitely exploded and at the bottom of the ocean. The actual Titanic? The actual Titanic? You mean like slipped through time and ended up here? Before the ship sunk on April 14th, 1912? Huh?
Hype bits?
Oh, there's a hype train. Thank you. Eh? Whoa, what the heck? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lee, thank you for the bits. Anonymous Ghost, thank you for gifting 5 subs right before it ended. To JMC82, One Hikaru, Kurizu208, Bertrudor, and Lantern Song. Thank you! Thank you, whomever you were. It's the ghost of the Titanic coming back to haunt itself earlier in time. Yes. Ugh, thank you, guys. Thank you very much. I hope you got a cool emote, perhaps. What the hell are you smoking? Huh? Did I get it wrong? Junpei grinned and shook his head. No, that's not... I meant, come on, slip through time? Seriously? I was talking about the controversy surrounding the Titanic. Oh my god, does Junpei have a stupid thing he believes? Got a lady eating chicken? Oh my god, that's very funny. Controversy? What do you mean? Haven't you heard of it? It's pretty famous, you know. The Titanic had a sister ship that was essentially identical. It was called the Olympic. Olympic? This is a different one. Okay, this is new. Think this boat is, and we said the actual Titanic. And now we're getting something fun. And I'm going to write that Junpei's saying this dumb shit because he is. Okay. It was called the Olympic. Oh, yes, I have heard of that. If I remember correctly, the Olympic was a ship that had a lot of problems, and the company that owned it didn't know how to get rid of it, right? So they made the Olympic up to look just like a brand new Titanic. And then they sunk it on purpose. That's right. They also took out a huge insurance policy on it before they set sail. Okay. Set up to look like original Titanic. Sunk it to try for insurance fraud. That would mean that the real Titanic never sank. Yeah, the ships got swapped. Oh, that's what that's stupid. The real Titanic was renamed the Olympic in secret and was used as a passenger ship for more than 20 years. That's incredibly dumb. Titanic never sank. They were swapped. Can I have the music back? Hey, wait a minute. Wouldn't that mean it retired in 1935? Huh? Well, yeah, I guess sometime around then, yeah. Well, what happened to it after that? I heard it was dismantled. Dismantled? Then it doesn't matter, does it? Whichever boat the real Titanic was, it doesn't exist anymore. Olympic retired and dismantled. I like how they know there's a sister ship, but they don't know about the other one that it very obviously is. Retired and dismantled in the 30s. It was either retired and dismantled or sunk in the Atlantic by the curse. But then that would mean that this ship is... Wait! What did you just say? Huh? Sank in the Atlantic because of a what? The curse. What do you mean, curse? A curse is a curse. The one is... The one? Oh, this one. This one is the curse of the Egyptian mummy. Junpei couldn't understand how June had maintained a straight face to say that. Have we seen this? Yes. Okay, so... Then June's thing about the mummy. And I didn't have a choice in that, which is interesting. Yeah, no thanks, June. Not interested. Thank you for your stupid mummy facts. Alright, what was I doing? We picked up a map.
A curse is a curse, of course, and no one can speak of a curse, of course, unless of course, that curse of course, is the famous mummy curse.
Yes. That makes perfect sense. Thank you very much, Fractal. Bum 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 bum. Let me into the other room. I'm gonna need that candle. Hold on. Give me that. Not be able to open this yet. It's not the right key, is it? Nope. It's for the other room. Meow, 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 meow. Yes, it's so dark. Hold on. Whoosh. Into the room. Key. Boop. Give me that. Okay. Need to go into the bathroom at some point. It's so dark. Okay. Up. Yeah, the candlestick. No, please click on the candlestick. Thank you. Alright, now the candlestick is a key. I remember. Now we get to take that thing. Everything else here is nothing. Oh, I gotta open the door. I did the same thing last time. Beautiful. Ah, the clover! Okay, so we're getting the clover conversation. What do you want to do? Here's a weird question. If we let him keep it, what the fuck happens? That's what I want to know. What do you want to do? I'm going to put in parentheses, clover bookmark. A, take it, which we did in playthrough 1, and it came in handy. Or B, don't take it. Which is what we're going to do this time. Right. Don't take clover bookmark from Santa. Alright, don't take it. Thanks, but no thanks. It's kind of weird to be getting presents from another dude, you know? Santa's eyebrows went up. Apparently, he hadn't thought of that. Well, guess you do have a point. I won't force it on you. Sure, you don't want it? Sure you don't want it. Okay, so it checks again. They definitely want me to take it. Sure you don't want it? I wonder if refusing it once means anything. I don't want it. Okay. I don't want it. We're gonna go with that one. Actually, I'll take it. Don't take bookmark. Insist. Okay. I don't want it. Yeah, I don't want it. Why don't you give it to Lotus? Ah, good idea. Will do. Santa turned and headed off to the other room. Interesting. Hey, old bag! I just found this perfect thing for a woman in her 40s. He walked into the next room waving the bookmark. Junpei turned back to his work. And heard a faint sound from the other room. The sound of bones breaking. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Junpei returned to his search with renewed vigor. Okay, so if we do that... Santa tried to snarkily give bookmark to Lotus, calling her old. Got hit, which he deserves. All right. Bop, 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 bop. I gotta go back to the other room, I'm pretty sure. Yes, I'm going back. Goodbye. I need to go into our bathroom, which is like over here. Oh. Where's the... Oh, you already have one. Shit. Right, I need to do it in the other room. Never mind. Goodbye. Oh, I wonder if I could have just simply clicked on it. Or if I would have needed the prompt or not. I might not have needed it. No, I think I did. Couldn't remember which one it was. I knew it was around there. Alright, perfect. These sure are faster when you've already learned everything about them. It makes you do all of this again. Hold on. I have it drawn. From days ago. What did this look like? Oh god. Alright, it's the weird dog. Right, there's the dog's butt. I guessed right last time. I guessed it was a stupid dog. Okay. Oh god, this dumb conversation. Hold on, I gotta double check something. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, I guessed a dog. British TV show stuff. Curtain tile. Okay. They never said the dog was stupid, that's fair. I said it was a horse, but... you know what? Let's pick the stupid one. Actually, when there's a correct one, I'll put a little star next to it. The digital route is 4. That one was the only one so far that... Oh, wait, this one was technically also the correct answer. Everyone who verified had to go through. Okay, so this one is... I guess it looks like... And we have a lot of options, which is weird. A, B, C, D, E, F. So our options are a man's face, butterfly, a koi. I don't know why butterfly doesn't say a butterfly. A dog, which we know is the correct answer. A small boat floating in a lake. And fun your rimpa. So we're gonna say this one. We said a dog on playthrough 1. We didn't do this on playthrough 2. We're saying this fucking shit. Alright. See? I mean, it totally looks like one. Here and here. Junpei indicated parts of the picture that looked exactly like the other parts. After 3 seconds of silence, Lotus looked at Junpei. What the hell is a Funya Rinpa? What do you mean, what the hell is a Funya Rinpa? You mean you don't know? How the hell would I know? How could you not know? That's practically blasphemous. Say you're sorry. Apologize to Funya Rinpa. Goodness, you're such a rude woman. Another 3 seconds of awkward silence went by. Lotus opened her mouth as she shook. Junpei, are you just screwing around? Forget it. I'm just gonna tell you, this is a dog. See? Like this. Lotus pointed out parts of the picture and eventually the dog took shape in them. It's so weird because, like, I can't unsee it now. It's true. It looks like a fucking dog. Yes, yes, you can keep flashing it. It was a dog. Santa also nodded in agreement. So? Now we know that it's what it's a picture of, but I don't see how that helps us. Alright, this is all repeating. Lotus thinks I'm making jokes and not being serious, which will probably have consequences. You found it! Alright, so now we're in the kitchen. Alright, we have a map. Wait, let me look at that map. Now! Damn. Lost my map. Yeah, this probably is going to take up a whole notebook. It's going to take me forever to take the pictures to do all this shit. Alright, we'll look at the map next time they talk. So we're back in the kitchen. Ooh, did something. Tiny Train World, thank you for gifting a sub to Funya Rimpa. Thank you very much. If that's their name, they probably won't be confused when they see where they are. So, thanks. Okay. Alright, we're back in the kitchen. The last time we were here, was a million years ago. Alright, all the weird. And we had to learn about hexadecimal. And then we heard about stupid automatic writing. Ugh, alright. Let's poke around. That's not how I meant. Let's poke around. Like the excuse me, princess in here is fine. But having the Star Wars reference when someone's literally dying, I didn't appreciate. I don't know why I'm touching everything. I'm like, what if we see something new? Cheese. Cheese. Where's that knife? There it is. Aha! Okay. This is where we saved on the first day, No. This is where we saved at one point. There's no way I stopped the first day on that. Maybe I did. Man, we made like no progress, huh? Guess there was a lot to get through. Alright, let me look at my map. Okay, kitchen. It's futile. Aha! Have you ever heard the story that sinking the Titanic was predicted? Well, 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 Junpei. I can make you say yes. Because technically I have from her. A or B? Yes, I have. The last time we said no, I haven't. Sinking of Titanic predicted? Yes, I have. Okay. Yes, I have. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. There was a novel that had a bunch of stuff in it that described the sinking of the Titanic before it actually sank. Yeah, that's the one. The title of the novel is Futility. It was written 14 years before the Titanic sank. But I know. I mean, I didn't know the name of the book, but the story was the same, right? It was just like what happened on the Titanic? Yeah. Well, I heard it was all a hoax. A hoax? I heard that the stuff that matched up to the Titanic so well was actually added after it sank. Apparently, the only thing that was the same originally was that a boat ran into an iceberg and sank. If we say we know, we get to correct her. That's interesting. Can correct her about book's coincidences. It's a hoax. This seems important. This might be something we can get behind. But the novel was published in 1894, 14 years before the accident. Like I said, that was the first print of the book. 14 years later, the author heard about what happened to the Titanic. He figured it was his chance, you know? He just went back and changed some of the stuff in his novel, so that it matched the Titanic exactly. Surprised by Junpei's response, Jun seemed rather taken aback. Yes. Only thing the same Iceberg sank ship. Perfect. Really? Really? There's no such thing as premonitions or any of that stuff. For a moment, June looked very unhappy. Shit. More so than Junpei thought was normal for such a discussion. But it lasted only a moment. With no apparent reason, she suddenly looked up at him, alarmed. But, that wasn't the only book that predicted the Titanic sinking. It wasn't? Yep. There were 2 other similar stories written by a man named William Thomas Steed. Fuck! Okay. She thinks because there are more, they must be real. Please, please, ma'am, don't do this. Is this repeating? God damn it. She's just gonna say the same thing. Oh, honey, your brain is not very good. Well, thank you for the knife. Disappointing. No, I want to spin around the other side. Oh, I should probably look at that, huh? Wait, can't I just fucking enter it in without having to find anything? Technically, I can just do this. Because it doesn't seem to change any of them. Oh, tell me I wrote it down. God, we learned so many stupid things. About just dumb stuff. I have all this stuff about 96 degrees and dry ice and carbon dioxide and temperatures where water should be liquid. It's all here to distract me from the information I actually need. That's what I think now. Oh, they won't let me do it. They don't think I know it yet. I do know it. I don't think it actually lets me... Oh, no, it does. I still think the rolling pin is useful. I really like this song. This might be one of my favorites that we've heard so far. Alright, now we're gonna get locked in the freezer, which is going to be super fun. Not the blowpipe banger? No, not the blowpipe song. Could I have picked up that chicken the whole time? That's what I want to know. Oh, it kicks you out when you pick it up. That's why you don't look at anything else. They make you look back. All right, I wonder why it doesn't turn to a liquid first. I wonder why. Well, I'm sorry, Junpei, but we're gonna guess wrong. By being really impatient. It did strike him as odd. That's what we did on playthrough 1. And now we're going to do, he wanted out of the freezer now. Playthrough 3. Okay, liquid. And we're saying want out of freezer now. Ugh. I wish I had started doing this silly thing the first time. All right. Let me out of this freezer. His patience was wearing thin. How the hell would I know? And how the hell's that going to help us get out of here? We don't have time for this crap. Actually, Junpei stopped mid-sentence, surprised by June's interjection. Under enough pressure, carbon dioxide will turn into a liquid. This isn't really a good time for a chat about science. But I was wondering the same thing. Wondering what? Wondering why carbon dioxide doesn't turn into a liquid unless it's under pressure. Right? It just seems weird. Water's a liquid between 32 degrees and 212 degrees. So why isn't that the case for carbon dioxide? H2O and CO2 are pretty similar. No, they're not. They're totally different substances. Look, guys, if we keep this up, we're just gonna freeze to death. You good with that? You want to die talking about sublimation and gases? 'Cause I sure as hell don't. He fixed both of them with a glare. Now let's get back to work, assuming you don't want to end up like a pair of ice sculptures. Junpei turned around, the problem dealt with. Oh, so he thought. Okay, I was like, are we just gonna die in here because I was mean to them? There's a kind of ice that doesn't turn into liquid when it goes above 32 degrees. Oh no, don't talk about Ice 9. I heard about it. Its melting point is 96 degrees. Its melting point is 96 degrees? You mean there's water that freezes at 96 degrees? Yeah, well, you could also look at it as ice. We've definitely seen this, what's making me look at it. Oh, okay. Yelled at them and was mean. Now, Ice 9 convo. Okay. Water that freezes at 96 degrees. Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees. Oh, it's a new question. Until 96 degrees. I'm going to say it doesn't matter because I'm being mean. That's interesting. I want to see if we can just die in here. It doesn't matter. We're going to say that. Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees? It was strange, but no, Junpei told himself it didn't matter. Their first concern needed to be leaving the freezer, or none of them would be around to ponder scientific quandaries for very long. He did his best to pretend he'd heard nothing and resumed his investigation of the room. So doing that ignores the whole thing. Okay. Can I have my chicken leg? Thank you. Pork. Gross. Rope. Oh my god. Stop. Scoosh. Smash, smash! I figured this out by myself. What am I doing? Don't I need that bottle? There it is. Okay. Now we are going to... It's so weird that we're like doing it ourselves. What? Oh, do I have to do it like this time? Why is this pork here? Can't remember what the pork is. Oh yeah, I have to cut it up later. It's so weird from this point of view. Junpei just figures it out by himself and they don't help him at all. It's interesting. But it's not actually framed. Like, it's framed that way, but it's not anything else. Alright, now she's gonna be... suspicious. Pork? Sizzle? Me pork. Give me that. What? Do you want me to stab it? It's directly on there? Yes. C10F. Now I'm allowed to do the code. Because we had to get locked in there. Alright. Meow, 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 meow. Did I actually write this down? I did. What? Oh, right. Uh-oh. I scribbled all of it out. Why did I do that? Why did I have this written down? Is that right? Yes. Alright, so 0, 4, 3. Now we can leave. Oh, wait, that's the X. Oh wait, no, we need to wait, what the fuck do we do after that? Why? Hey, Silver Talon. Oh gosh, it's past 5. Alright, hold on. Bop, bop, bop. That opens that. Oh, duh. Open it, idiot. Be good if I opened it up and took out the thing. They're just watching me be dumb. It's like, where's the Saturn key? You found it! Yahaha! Alright, that is Saturn key. We have Mars key. Okay, Mercury. No, not Mercury. Yes, Mercury. Wait, let's save again. Oh, so much to check. Alright, so what's the next choice? Here's the hospital. Yes, cut the pork is certainly a line of all time. Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to take a break. It's so hard to not just play this game 100% of the time. Alright, alright, alright. I'm streaming for another hour today because of that. The goal. The goal right there that you guys hit. Again. For a bajillionth day in a row. So. I'll be right back. Hello. Okay. Let us continue. Whoop. It's skipping time. So Ace is a stupid asshole. Don't love that. And a murderer of many people. We don't trust or like him. Welcome to bonus time? Hell yeah, welcome to bonus time. That's right. It's bonus time. We have like 45 minutes left. Something like that. Meow, 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 meow. Alright, so Snake is missing, but we know for a fact now that Snake is not dead. He has just been inexplicably kidnapped after being knocked out, and he is, for some reason, in a coffin, wearing a silly outfit. Alright, I don't know if doing this in any order matters. And if you don't hear people out, you literally just don't hear people out. At least that's how it seems. So, I don't know, I guess we could do this. What did I write it down as last time? Snake missing. All of it's the same. Yeah, so I don't think that matters that much. I'll listen to people this time. We'll see if it's different. But we'll go in a different order. But we know we're not going to find him. First class cabin. We'll go there first. What about the first class cabin on blah, blah, blah? Alright, sounds good. They took off up the stairs at a run. Is it the same? Yes. We will talk to her. Alright, and she gets mad at us. So. I'll call this snake search in the main spreadsheet that I'm trying to make. I might make an actual spreadsheet on my computer for once, but I'm not sure. Alright. So, talk to Clover. A, yes. B, leave her alone. We left her alone in playthrough 2. We talked to her in 1 and 3. Okay. Hospital room. This is already repeating. It's Santa. Apparently I didn't walk away without saying anything to him before. Walk away. Snake. Not Snake. God damn it. Santa. Talk. Walk away. So it looks like we talk to him every time. 1 and 2. So for 3, we're gonna walk away. Yeah, I might make a real spreadsheet. No, seriously, like I very rarely get to make like an actual spreadsheet, but I feel like an actual one would be more helpful. Oh, I wish I had, at one of my old jobs, I had access to like cool, like cloud connecting. It was like a thought cloud spreadsheet thing. So you could make branching architecture for that never came out. I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, I don't think that software exists anymore because I think it got shut down, but still. Alright, walk away. Junpei turned around and walked away from Santa. There was nothing he'd learned from talking to him anyway. Junpei took June and left the large hospital room. Okay, so that didn't do anything. Look at the casino. Okay. Casino has Lotus. And we can listen or refuse. We did refuse last time. We did listen the first time. We're going to listen again. She wants to leave, and I'm curious if there's another choice in here that I don't remember, but I don't think there is. Mind map? It might have been similar to mind map. Alright, this is Ace. Hallway. Interesting that he's back in here when we know he's the fucking murderer now. Ace is run to him or leave him. I'm curious. I kind of want to see what he has to say again. So I'm going to run to him this time. I assume you haven't found him yet either. Liar. Disappeared too. We must find him as quickly as we can for Clover's sake. What a fucking asshole. You killed him, both! But he should know. I hate him. What a dick. I'm gonna go back to wherever I can that can get us out of here. Because that's all we have. Gotta wait until it lets me leave. I think the hospital room is how you leave. There we go. Okay. Okay, leaving 3 people with 2 teams of 4 and 3. And then we can choose what to say here again. Alright, what did I say when? I said she was right last time. I think I'm actually going to say she was right again. So for 2 and 3, we said she was right. Not sure. We did on playthrough 1. Though that makes them fight, but I think they're gonna fight no matter what. So I don't know if that helps us. OmniFocus? It wasn't such like a fancy, forceful name. And had a very, like, weird name. It was very, vague. I know that's not helpful, but... Alrighty. Here is our first one where we get to make a brand new choice. Junpei, which door do you want? And this time we're going to say door 3, which we've never said. So. Door 3. Last time, I chose actually, technically, we chose plan C last time. So we're gonna have to choose plan A this time, but I am going to say door 3. What door did I say last time? I don't remember. Because it didn't matter. So I just chose what the other one was. So let me look at playthrough 1. I circled 8, so I must have said 8. Yeah. So 8 was 1, 7 was 2, and this time I'll do 3, which is fitting because it's playthrough 3. 3. I want to go through door number 3. No, you can't. Huh? Why? Because it's impossible. If we split ourselves into 3 and 3, then we give up going through door 3. Why? The bracelet numbers for the 6 of us are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. There are 2 combinations that can go through door 3 with 3 people. 3, 4, 5. Or, what did I just hit? Oh, map button. 3, 4, 5, or 6, 7, 8. That's it. Of course 2 teams can't go through the same door. I see. That means 1 team would get left behind. That's right. That doesn't happen if we go through door 7 or 8. Nah, they're fine. We've got 3 options. You know what sucks about this? I know Ace is a filthy fucking liar. And it's his fault that we can't go into 3 and discover it immediately and have more time with it. Stupid ass. Okay, so 3 options. Plan A, which we have obviously seen. Alright, so plan A, okay, I'm just gonna write them as it's gonna make me look at it again. We did plan B in playthrough 1. And we did plan C in playthrough 2. So this time we're going to do plan A. Which is go through door 7. Let's see. It's just so much work. Okay. We're going through door 7 with 3, 5, and 8. And door 8 with 4, 6, and 7. 5, 8, 4, 6, 7. Which means I would go through door 7. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Those are the only 3 options. That's it. At least if we want to get all 6 of us out of here. That's when Junpei realized. Plan A divides into 2 teams. 3, 5, 8, and 4, 6, 7. Plan B divides into 2 teams. 4, 5, 6, and 3, 6, 8. Plan C divides into 2 teams. 3, 6, 7, and 4, 5, 8. There was one thing they all had in common. In every single combination, 5 and 6 were never on the same team. In other words, if all 6 people were to move forward, Junpei and June would be separated. June and Junpei had been friends when they were kids. He trusted her more than anyone else on the ship. If he chose 7 or 8, he'd be taken away from her. Was that something he was prepared to do? Anyway, that's the deal, so think it over. You got 2 choices, 7 or 8. You can't choose 3. If you choose 3, you're going to be leaving 3 people behind to die. So what are you going to do? We're not going to die, you dumb bitch! After thinking it over, his conclusion was... It's considering these to be new options. That... What? You get to re-choose the choice. This is different. Hold on. This is interesting. After thinking it over, his conclusion was, they're all gonna fucking kill me. Take the risk and choose door 3 is insane. Yes. Take the risk and choose door 3. So this is a special option we got for saying 3. All right, take the risk and choose door 3. Plan A? No. Door 3. Sorry, Santa. I still want to go through door 3. What? That's nuts. You gotta be crazy. Why the hell are you so obsessed with that door? I'm just... Junpei paused. He swallowed the words he was about to say. I'm just curious about door 3, that's all. Okay. That doesn't explain shit. I've got a reason. I'd be happy to explain it to you if you'll come with me. With that, he began walking toward the door. Oh, shit! Their curiosity likely getting the better of them, the others followed. A few of them looked a little suspicious, but Junpei told himself that it wouldn't matter. He kept walking and kept silent. Eventually, they arrived at the number 3 door. They're gonna think that I fucking killed him. What? Okay, hold on. Okay, eventually they arrived at the number 3 door. Junpei stopped. I'm curious about the red. 7, would you mind authenticating for me?
Huh? Why?
Please, just do it. He stared at Junpei for a moment, then grunted and laid his palm heavily on the scanner.
Happy?
Yeah, thanks. The number 7 had been entered into the red. Next is June. Please touch the red just like 7 did. And June. Junpei, what are you trying to figure out? Junpei thought about his answer for a moment. I think I might have found another way out. Huh? What? Really? That got them excited, just as Junpei had intended. Now, please, June. Okay. 7 plus 3. 7 plus 6 is 13. 1 plus 3 is 4. With those 2 numbers in the red, Junpei had what he wanted. He casually placed his own hand on the scanner, and the 3rd asterisk blinked on. Okay, 4 plus 5 is 9. Alright. The only people who haven't authenticated now are Santa, Clover, and Lotus. So, what's your point? You don't get it? Think about it. What's the sum of your numbers and Clover's? 12? And what's the digital root of that? 3? Which is Santa's number. By the way, Lotus, what's the number that's currently in the red? 7 plus 6 plus 5 equals 18. That would be 9, right? Yes. And what will the digital root be if you add 3 to that? 3. The door's number. There you go. Hey, wait a minute. The hell are you up to? I'm not up to anything. I'm just waiting. Waiting for what? I'm waiting for the balance to shift. Santa or Lotus and Clover. Oh. Once one of you moves, the others won't have a choice. So I'm waiting. Junpei laid his hand almost casually on the lever. Holy shit! We're being terrifying to them. You son of a bitch! You tricked us! Then all that stuff you were going on about is all bullshit! Bullshit? I don't think so. Didn't I tell you I'd figure out another way to get out of here? This is it. Why the hell would you do something like this? Junpei glanced at June. Jumpy, you did this just so you could go through the same door as June? That's it? Santa was furious. His face was red and flecks of spit flew from his lips as he spoke. This is fucking incredible. What a ridiculous path. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a path in here where somebody just kills me. Junpei closed his eyes calmly and then opened them again. So who's it gonna be? Santa? Or Lotus and Clover? Shit! Oh, we're going! Clover! Lotus leapt forward. She grabbed Clover by the sleeve and ran for Junpei in the door. Caught by surprise, Santa froze for a moment, then shot forward like a bullet from a gun. Lotus had a head start, but Santa had the advantage of size and speed. Almost immediately, he passed Lotus and Clover. No! Wait! Santa did not hesitate. Ugh! He slammed his hand down on the red. This is insane! This isn't right! He glared at Junpei, his chest heaving. Yes, well, you may be right. Junpei's voice was cold, but not without effort. Holy crap. He turned to the red and pulled the lever. With the sound of metal on metal, the door opened. It would only remain so for 9 seconds. There was no time to think. Go! Junpei and his 3 reluctant companions jumped into the door's gaping mouth one after another. No sooner did they enter than the all-too-familiar noise sounded from their left wrists. Okay, so I guess we have a group again. And it's different, question mark, because it's different people? The detonators had activated. Junpei looked back only once and saw Lotus and Clover on the other side of the closing door. What? They stood still, stopped where they had been when Santa reached the red. The defeat and desperation on their faces tore at Junpei's heart. Then the door closed and they were gone. You son of a bitch, Junpei, this isn't fair! Santa rounded on Junpei, lightning crackling in his eyes and his knuckles white. Do you realize what you just did? You leave them out there and they can't... Shut it! That's enough. It hadn't been Junpei that spoke but 7. We gotta find the dead or none of this is gonna matter. The clock was ticking. The dead was their only chance at survival. Unless they could find it and deactivate their detonators, all 4 of them would be... We got less than a minute left. No time for screwing around. Get moving. They scattered and began to scour the room. Right, this one's kind of farther away. The deactivation device was nowhere to be found. Corridors stretched out in 3 directions, but every one was blocked off by a wall of metal. There was only one way out. One other door. There! 7 ran for the door, a rusty iron thing. His large hands grabbed hold of the handle and pulled. The room inside was pitch black. They could see nothing beyond the small patch of light that spilled through the doorway. Junpei stuck his head through the door and looked around the room. Almost immediately, he spotted the blinking red light on the right wall. I found it! The dead's right over here! He stepped into the room and nearly fell down. The floor was slippery. What? He stopped and glanced down at his feet. What was... Hey, what the hell are you doing? Get over there! Junpei felt Seven's heavy hand against his back and stumbled across the room. The other three piled in behind him. They all felt immediately that something was wrong. Nothing that could be easily identified, only a sense of something terrible shared the room with them. But there was no time to say so. Quick, get to the dead! They all started running. In the dark, it was hard to tell where the wall was. All they could see was the tiny red light blinking at them over and over and over. Then finally, suddenly, they were there. In quick succession, they all slammed their hands against the scanner panel. Seven leaned against the wall, gulping air. As his breathing began to return to normal, he glanced at his left wrist and grunted. Yeah. Oops. No, I did want to save. Well, this has been insane. Lotus and Clover are never going to trust us now. I don't think anyone's going to trust us now. So this is going to be a really weird playthrough. Huh, it stopped. It stopped. Junpei could hear him laughing in the dark, but could barely make out the larger man's face. What the... The sound of retching came from Santa's direction. What the hell's this smell? This is vile. I'm gonna puke. So desperate had they been in their race to the dead that no one had noticed the horrible smell that pervaded the room. Oh, cool. We're gonna make June look at this. It was a terrible, nauseating stench, like burnt and rotten meat. Adrenaline had drowned it out, but now it rolled over Junpei in waves, forcing itself into his nose with every breath he took. He felt his stomach clench and bile rise up in his throat. Let's get the lights on first. There's a switch over here. The light that spilled in from the door barely illuminated a small switch plate next to the door. Slowly, with the toll of the last few minutes apparent in his gait, Seven walked toward it. The sound! He stopped as he got close and extended his fingers toward the switch. There was a soft click as the lights came on. It had scarcely faded when another noise pierced the air, a scream. Yeah, she would. Junpei's breath stopped in his throat. His heart ceased to beat. Time froze. His mind scrambled to make sense of what he saw before him. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. I've seen this. A vast ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out like fresh spaghetti. I don't know why it's calling it fresh spaghetti because that sounds delicious. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fathead trails of blah 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 slugs. That one's kind of gross. Looks like an explosion. Seven's voice was low and strained. Just like the ninth man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut. It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. Can I also say, because stupid Ace put himself to sleep, he couldn't stop us, even though he'd done everything he could think of. So, fuck you, Ace. I went insane to get in here. Yeah, it looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing a painfully white bone of his ulna. Not him. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Interesting. I don't remember. Found Snake's body. Shattered. That might have been there. Shattered bracelet, but I'm going to write it down now. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. Again, delicious. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket, the yellow piping, and the gray slacks. They were all familiar to Junpei. Right, so we're technically identifying him by his clothes now. Is that Snake? Santa's voice wavered as he spoke, his mouth dry. Oh my god! Finally, Junpei spoke up. Why did this happen? Oh shit. Suddenly June was screaming, her voice broken. That was a terrifying sound effect. It was an eerie scream, full of insanity and not entirely human. No! 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 She shook her head violently and grabbed fistfuls of her own hair. Junpei could hear the sound of her hair tearing. No! Stop it, June! He grabbed for her wrists, but as he did, June leapt up and ran toward the exit. Uh-oh. Please, get me out of here! You have to let me out of here! She screamed at the door and her fist slammed against it with a hollow sound. Junpei could see drops of blood on her knuckles. Why are you doing these horrible things to us? What did we do to deserve this? She screamed again, a desperate, mindless cry. Her fist flailed against the door. Get me out of here! Please! Please just let me out! Junpei couldn't watch anymore. He ran to June and wrapped his arms around her, pulling the screaming girl away from the door. No! Get off of me! Let me go! Let me go! She scrambled for a moment, her legs skittering across the floor, but her resistance didn't last long. As suddenly as her outburst had begun, it was over. The manic energy disappeared and her body went limp in Junpei's arms. June collapsed toward the floor and Junpei knelt down with her. Well, we knew she was fragile. He felt drops of something warm and wet. Was she crying? A moment later, she began to sob. Her shoulders shook and great hot tears rolled down her face like rain. We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be all right, June. It's gonna be okay, Connie. Eh? He said her name in front of people. Well, her nickname, but still. Her name was a whisper. I'll be here with you, okay? She nodded once. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy. Her trembling voice pulled at Junpei's heart. He stroked her hair gently. His face was so close to her. The scent of her hair was nostalgic. Do you feel better? Yes. But I'd like to stay here. For a little while, at least. Jumpy's body is so warm. Okay, well that was kind of nice, but also awful. Several minutes passed before June's tears had dried. I think it's time to make another save. Junpei stood up. He bent down, put his arms under June's, and helped her to her feet. Don't look over there again, please. They didn't speak. Neither did Seven or Santa. A person was dead. They had died in that room in a terrible way. Junpei knew there was no way he could make himself forget that. Dude, if we drag her into the room with the other body and then this one, I wonder if she would just, like, not be able to handle it. We might have to check. Junpei knew there was no way he could make himself forget that. There was no way any of them could forget it, but mourning would do no good. They spread out to search the room, but each felt as if their heart was made of lead. We do have to get... Okay, so this is a new room. Time to find a way out. Ooh. Okay, cool. Well, I finally get to find out what the LLR is for. Those letters written in blood. LLR? Do you think it might be some sort of dying message from Snake?
Nah, that's impossible. You saw the body. You aren't doing anything after something like that happens, do ya?
Then this...
The way the blood's dried tells you it's real old. Whoever's blood this is, it ain't Snake's.
Then you're saying this blood was put here a long time ago?
Yeah.
LLR. Blood from long ago. Not Snake's. Can I just say, I'm so excited that we have a new room. Okay, an old message written in blood. It says LLR. What's that thing? Oh shit, it's the light switch. No, turn that back on for now, please. Okay, but we can interact with it. Alright, let's see if anything happens when I turn you. Nope, nothing. Not even a drop. Is the pipe clogged? Doesn't look like the shower works. The divider between the stalls on the other side of this wall. Nope, no. I don't want to think about that. Chunks of pinkish meat are splattered across the floor. Snake, why did this happen to you? Damn, I just can't. It was Ace! It was Ace! Please! Hear me, Junpei. It was Ace. Ace did it. Ace, Ace, Ace. Listen through the microphone. Ooh, toilet paper. Let's steal some. Wait, what? Wait. I was joking, but there's stuff on here. I was just gonna say it might help us later. It might actually help us now. Toilet paper with some kind of red symbols on it. Also, this dead body has made everybody not mad at me anymore. Stop future ghosting to Junpei? Never! I shan't.
Think maybe that's a... Huh? Skytail cipher?
Huh? Skytail cipher? What the hell is that?
You wrap a piece of paper around a stick, then write several sentences on it, so that the whole paper is filled up.
I've never heard of that before. That's cool. Hold on. What was it spelled as? Oh, I can't go back. Can I? I can't go up.
Then you unwrap the paper and you can't tell what the original message was, right? That's how it works, more or less. Then to decipher it, you gotta have a stick that's the same diameter as the original one.
Same diameter as the original one, huh?
Yeah. Then you can just wrap a piece of the paper around a stick and you can read the code.
That's so fucking cool!
If we wrap the toilet paper around a stick or something, maybe.
Whatever. Cipher. Wrap paper around the correct size stick and it reveals a message. That is very neat. Oh. Any other ones? A stack of toilet paper. A wooden box. There's something in here. Luminol. Oh! I can spray it on the walls. The hell is this thing? Some kind of spray bottle? Something written on it. I can't read anything else. The label's all faded.
Let me see that.
He just grabbed it from him. That wasn't very nice.
Oh, this is luminol. You know, forensic guys use it at crime scenes.
Oh yeah, that stuff that glows blue when you spray it on blood? Even if the blood's been wiped off, it still glows. That will be very helpful. Luminol. You can use it to detect blood. A wooden box. Nothing else interesting in here. A thick pipe that stretches down from the ceiling. Surprised we're not making jokes about climbing it again. The dividing wall that separates the toilets. What about the toilet? Ew. What do you think this is? What's she doing over here? Go sit in the corner and try to feel better. It looks like tar. Kind of sticky. I don't think we can just wipe it off. Snake, did you just stick your hand into something in a toilet? Okay. suppose that's where we're at. I doubt just pouring some water on this is going to help much either. What about hot water? Hot water? Well, if we had some really hot water, like boiling hot, then maybe we could wash it off. There's something that looks like tar inside the toilet bowl. Hot water might be able to wash it off. There's something kind of weird stain. There's some kind of weird stain in the toilet bowl. Okay. It's a water tank for a toilet?
I've seen a lot of OC guys trying to hide
OC?
hide a piece or try and hide a piece in something like this. Usually for a 187 or something. Guess they think it's clever. I don't know when they'll figure it out.
What?
I don't know when they'll figure out everybody else thinks it's clever too.
Huh? I mean, I know peace, but what's OC?
Organized crime.
Is this guy an undercover cop? That would be insane. What's that? Some kind of police slang?
Huh? Probably?
Huh? What'd I say? Why is he looking all sad now? That's not really important right now, guys. Let's just check it out, alright? Well, he's not wasting any time. Is 7 an undercover cop? That'd be interesting. What the hell is that? The toilet's tank? It doesn't look like the pipes are all supposed to take... Or, what? What did she fucking say? Why can't I read anymore? Pipes are supposed to take water to it are working.
Hey, there's something in there. You see it?
Yeah, screwdriver? It is a flathead. It's a screwdriver. We can unscrew things with this. Was there something we needed to unscrew somewhere? I mean, I might be able to wrap it around this. No. The toilet's tank. There's nothing in it. Which means we can't flush it. Kind of hard to flush a toilet with water. Alright, so the middle cell has something weird in it. There's nothing in the toilet.
If there was, it would be gross.
Skinny shelf.
There might be something in the tank, you know? Let's open that shit up.
What's that? Oh, a red key card. I don't see a symbol on it, though.
It's a red card. Probably a key card. Do you remember if you saw a red card reader anywhere around here?
That's weird. Red key card? Why is it blank? Alright, the tank where the red card was. Nothing here now. Can I close it? Oh no. That's a fun sound. Dividing wall. Oh, this isn't a toilet. A bucket! It's a tin bucket. Hey, Jumpy! Do you remember back in elementary school when you spilled all of our paint across the whole classroom? They made you clean it up. And all they gave you was a sponge and a bucket like this. Hey! Come on now, can't we just leave the past in the past? That'd be pretty mean. It's a tin bucket. Uh-oh, something's happening. Jinpei reached for the broom, and as he grabbed it, he heard a soft voice from behind him. It was June. The rabbit hutch? Huh? He turned around. June still looked sadly pale, but there was a smile on her face. Okay. The rabbit hutch. Maybe at school? Well, I hate to say it, but this is a perfect time to stop for today. Oh, the sun is here. We have to stop. Alright, guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting my stream so much that we got another extra hour today. I hope you enjoyed it. I will be back on Thursday with more of this game. Oh, we might be able to do another movie while we play this game then if it keeps going. Ooh, that's interesting. I have so many movie ideas specifically for this game, so that would be cool. I hope you all have a wonderful night. If you have not yet, because I don't know when this game will actually be over, make sure to vote in the poll. Please vote, because whatever wins when this game is done will be what we play next. Yeah, I hope you guys stay cool and have a wonderful Wednesday. I will not be here tomorrow, but I will be here Thursday. Yeah, that's it. Gonna think about making an actual spreadsheet. It could be cool. I don't know. It could also be a waste of time. But is it a waste if you're having fun? No. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful night.